Okay, good evening members. Welcome to the second meeting of today's BCP's Overview and Scrutiny Board. For those watching online, welcome, and in particular any members of the public that are watching us this evening. My name is Councillor Sleepal, and it's my duty to chair this meeting this evening. So before we start on the agenda, I'll ask our Democratic Services Officer, Claire, if she would read out some housekeeping notices for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Please note that this scrutiny board is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public. For those in the room, please note that if fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are switched off or turned to a silent setting for the duration of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Agenda item 1, apologies. Do you have any apologies, Claire?
We have apologies from Councillor Earl for this meeting, and Councillor Mike Cox is substituting.
Thank you, which brings us to agenda item 3, declarations of interest. Do any councillors have any disclosable pecuniary interests or any other interests on any other items on the agenda? No, it would appear not. Thank you. Agenda item 4, public issues. Claire, do we have any public issues that have been raised? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We've received one public question for this meeting and one public statement. If it's okay, I'll read out the public question on behalf of Mr. Van Top, local resident. The question is as follows. The inflation rate increase may lead to more strained household budgets. The combined effects of Brexit, COVID, the energy crisis and climate change may result in a similar or worse financial crash to 2008. Pay rises without increased productivity will drive inflation higher, leading to higher interest rates. I feel that BCP will have to deal with more unpaid council tax when the energy cap rises and national insurance contributions and council tax increases. I believe that your capital projects increase realisations may be over-optimistic and you may need to increase your capital reserves to cover any losses caused by events. In view of all of these risks, surely your budget increase ought to be increased by 1%.
Thank you, Claire. And we have received a response to that question from Councillor Drew Mellor, who's leader of the council, and the answer is as follows. Thank you for your considered question. We do strongly note your concerns about current levels of inflation, and those very real pressures are one of the many reasons why we are committing to keeping council tax low as possible. Council tax as low as we are able to, while still providing record investment in our services to vulnerable people. Our low council tax policies in this and our previous budget have collectively saved our residents over £11 million over 2 years. We have a significant asset base, and we believe that there is an opportunity to look to utilising those assets more commercially in delivering long-term financial sustainability before stretching the council taxpayer further. Thank you.
Thank you. We've also received a public statement from Mrs. Chapman, and she has asked me to read that out on her. It reads as follows. BCP's residents face a 4% council tax increase despite government's maximum of 3%. The harmonisation programme allowed some deferrals. So the alleged savings of £45.3 million needs to be looked at extremely sceptically, as councillors have noted. BCP residents must be told the truth about where their money is going. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Which brings us to agenda item 5, scrutiny of finance-related cabinet reports. Now, before I go ahead with this, I'd just like to make a couple of points about the debate that we're likely to have. Clearly, you know, there are differences of approach to the budget. It often raises emotive feelings about the different policies, but we need to remember that here we are basically the conscience of our residents, and that our duty is to test and challenge in a polite and constructive way and not use this debate as an opportunity for causing political divide. And in particular, any issues about relating issues to personalities of individuals or members. So I'm going to ask if we could all remain respectful of everybody's view. Let's all hear each other. Let's remain respectful of the views of everybody on the board this evening. So having said that, I'd like to invite Councillor Drew Mellor, who is the leader of the council and portfolio holder for finance and transformation, to introduce the item. But just before he comes in, we do have with us this evening the chairs of the Children's Services, Health and the Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committees. And they've been invited. In fact, Councillor Jackie Edwards is actually the chair, and she sits on this board as well. But in case there are issues around children's services or adult services, the chairs are here to comment on them if necessary. And I see we've actually got our Chief Financial Officer, Adam Richards, with us this evening. And evening, Adam, and also our Chief Executive, Graham Ferrand. Welcome and thank you for attending. So with that, I think we're going to be dealing with the two reports concurrently here, Leader, the budget and the medium-term financial plan, the MTFP for 2022-23, and the second report, housing revenue account and budget setting. I think we're going to be dealing with those together. Am I right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Leader. If you'd like to introduce the report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and very happy to introduce both those papers. I'll major effectively on the core council tax paper. Very happy to take any questions as and when they arise. If we just look through the summary of the paper, we're really pleased, and as you know, highlighted in the answer to the question you've just read out, Chair, delivering a core council tax free, so that's no rise up to 1.99% there. We are collecting in full the adult social care precept, which is 4%, and I'll just pause, Chair, to remind us how that figure is made up. So we had 3% we withheld last year. Effectively, we were very much feeling that we were recognising the pressure on household finances, and we wanted to try and mitigate as much of that as possible. So we didn't take the adult social care precept of 3% last year. We're allowed 1% this year, so collectively that's 4% on a use it or lose it basis. So the strong advice nationally has been to take the adult social care precept in full, which we will collect here. So account to tax free is of a core element, and then collection of the government's adult social care precept. I think I mentioned it in the answer to the question you've just read out, Chair, but in total our council tax policies across these two budgets would have saved over £11 million of council tax, which is effectively money we've been able to keep in residents' pockets. So that breaks down as over £7 million last year from deferring the adult social care precept, and then £4 million this year, which will be recurring. I think it's about £4.2 million this year. So over the 2 years, I'm really pleased to say that this paper stands with a paper from last year to deliver one of the lowest council tax positions across the country. In that context, we still believe very much that there's a real need across our communities for significant investment. So we break that down into a number of things briefly. Obviously, the details in the paper. We've been clear, that we feel that there's significant investment across our cleaner, greener, safer agenda. In our 100-day plan, our budget last year, and again in this budget, we've been committed to increasing investment in that pride of place, effectively. So significant extra money into cleaning our town centres and our district centres, and also particularly around in safer communities. So we've got an extra 10 CSAS officers into this budget as well. Which it's all part of what we're trying to deliver in that world-class city region. Very much, the material investment in this budget, just under 25 million, is in the people services, split very evenly between children and adults. Just will note, actually, I think we've and I really will thank all colleagues actually for their across the political spectrum for their commitment to children and our children's services. It's been really great that has not been something that's been a political football, and our commitment to that, I believe, is shared across this council. This is actually the first year where the biggest investment is across children and not adult services. So just effectively children care, council tax, but also really importantly, Chair, from the debate you just had earlier on today, a climate budget as well. You'll have heard before we've got a full investment in our team. That's great, but now we're actually going to have some money. If this budget is passed, Chair, they'll have some money to spend, as we also introduce a £20 million capital fund for our Green Futures Fund. So I think I need to spend a little bit of time introducing the transformation programme that we're looking at doing. Really material extra investment across transformation. So that does include introducing for the first time a new service-based transformation layer of investment, and that's effectively will be supported by the £12 million transformation reserve, capital transformation reserve. We've also, Chair, extending the ambition of the existing programme, so we're looking to raise that in terms of year 4, and we're managing to do that whilst also releasing the burden of selling assets by trying to put together a really kind of innovative commercialisation strategy. Again, in the answer I referenced earlier on, I talked about the fact we are blessed with a significant number of assets, and we're looking at using them more commercially rather than effectively selling them off to fund transformation. That plan there should bring in £54 million to fund that transformation ambition and to stop what we've called historically the fire sale of our assets. So just summing up, Chair, we increase earmark reserves as we're trying to get to that position of being at least at the middle point and then beyond average councils across that 5-year MTFP period. So summing up, really high investment, increased on earmark reserves, below average debt, and we're leading nationally over the 2 years on council tax with £11 million kept in our residents' pockets, Chair. So very much believe it's a budget for now and also for our future, because we've significant investment in children, care, council tax and climate policies. So, Chair, that's there. We've also got the as you said, the housing revenue account. Chair, do you want me to talk about the corporate strategy as part of this paper, or are you meaning effectively to split that debate before I go in to talk about the corporate strategy?
We are going to deal with it separately, Leader.
Okay, great, fine. Let's do that. Chair, we're bound to have a really detailed and strong discussion about this. So I think I've raised the highlights of it. Very happy to take any debate and questions as your members see fit.
Thank you, Leader. And before we open the debate, I'd just like to thank the officers for some splendid work in producing the reports, all 354 pages of this report, which I promise you I read every single line of it. And I probably have as many questions as well, but unfortunately I left my questions at home and I can't seem to remember them all. So you're going to get away lightly from me, Leader, this evening. So members, let's open this up for debate. Anybody wish to volunteer? Okay, Councillor Debman, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. I'm trying to look at 2 pages at once, which is never easy, is it? So yes, I read as you did. Sorry, Chair. I read as you did the whole report, and they're into mind at the moment. We've had messages from residents who have read this report read the whole report in the Cabinet papers and also in this paper. And what I'm finding is that people are saying this is not what we thought the council should be doing. And I've had messages from a banker colleague who is saying that it goes against all sensible financial practice. Now, I'm sure the leader will not think that, but as I'm saying, this is something that one of our local bankers has said to me about having read this report, and he's saying the loan, which I'm sure the leader will talk about at some point, the loan is effectively being used to hold council tax now, but at the cost of borrowing over 56 years. And his words, not mine, because I'm not an accountant or a banker, he's saying it's financial engineering. Now, I'm not happy to hear that, because I came over, as you know, from Christchurch Borough Council, where we were little, but we were solvent and we were well run, and we had everything going for us in our view. We didn't want to merge, as everybody knows, but that's history. We've done it, and here we are. But we felt that council may do things differently. And I think with this budget, it shows totally how things are being done differently. One of our residents, again on this, and I'm quoting residents because I feel it's only right to say what they have said to me, Chairman. So one of them said, I'll read it out. I said about all this, the whole of the budget, which she's read as well. She's a very clever person. Yes, so she said councils should be boring, simple and well-run service providers. And again, this is exactly my feeling, that we are getting into the realms of doing things. I mean, for example, you know, we're putting the beach huts into another company. There are so many things in this budget that I think I'm going to more or less have to retire and let somebody else speak. But there's a piece. Hang on. Sorry to keep you, Leader. Where is it now? I think I put it down here. I'll read this bit out as well. 157C. So we acknowledge, or you acknowledge, Leader, that the administration has confidence in these new commercial models, but should we give serious consideration as to whether increasing council tax, not investing further in services at this time, and only committing to further borrowing if it is self-financing, would better preserve statutory services into the future? Any proposal to use complex capital transaction as a mechanism for balancing the 2023-24 budget needs to be treated with a high degree of caution. Careful and diligent management, and then it goes on, and I'm sure we have all read it, and I know most of my residents have read it. This is the concerns I have, Chairman. And can I just apologise to everybody as well? I'm calling you Chairman because I haven't quite got into the non-gender, sorry, but Chair. Yes, this is what I'm being told by my residents, Chair, that they are worried by what is contained in this report. There is a lot of verbiage, but at the end of the day, it seems to come down to your borrowing to fund council tax and keep us going. But we are going to be paying that back for, I think it's 50 years. So really, there's not particularly a question there, except I'm sure the Leader will come back and tell me that I've got it all wrong and my residents have got it all wrong. But this is what we're being told, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Devon. Before I ask Leader to respond, I am a man. I am not a chair. So I have absolutely no objection to be called chairman. Thank you.
Okay, well, I did take on board that we're trying to get away from his, hers, and councillor Mrs. So yeah, I won't start.
Okay.
Don't start.
I think, Leader, that the statements made by Councillor Devon is probably already almost going straight to the hub of the matter, almost immediately, and you might want to take this opportunity to say what you feel about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I will, Chair, and thank you very much, Councillor Dedman. You're not wrong. These are very real, discussions to be had, and I'd rather take the time to go through them. What we think is correct is to utilise our asset base to make sure we can invest in our in our services, which we are doing, which is I'm sure a lot of members will be appreciative of. But we can do that in a way that actually delivers a low tax environment. If we just had a very traditional approach, or of high council tax and low investment in services, I think that doesn't really befit the area that we're all serving. A couple of things, in terms of the detail. So what we're actually doing through the beach hut, commercialisation of one of our income generating assets. there is it's 20 years. So that borrowing it will take place over 20 years, but it's also that is purely to fund transformation. And what transformation will deliver over the course of a 4-year period is £50 million worth of savings across the council. So over a 20, I'm slightly paraphrasing, but over a 20-year period, £50 million worth of savings is £1 billion. So we will deliver. We'll invest £50 million. And we will deliver a billion, in the region of £1 billion worth of savings in that time. That is good, financial planning. That is the right thing to do as far as I'm concerned. But it is a choice, and I understand, I absolutely understand that our colleague, didn't want to come into this merger, and that position was felt quite clearly by a lot of voters in Christchurch. I am pleased, that our council tax would now around, I think the report says around about £260 cheaper in Christchurch than it would have been if it had taken that base point and then gone up. That's a choice, and ultimately that choice will be made at the ballot box, whether that low council tax and high investment strategy about delivering a world-class council into the future is something people want to vote for or not. So quite clearly you're not wrong in your view. I hope I've cleared up the fact that it's 20 years, and also that what you're actually investing in isn't low council tax. It's a transformation agenda that delivers £1 billion worth of savings over a 20-year period. But it's a debate, it's a judgment call, and I'm very happy to stand in front of what we put in front of you. I hope that helps.
Okay, Councillor Cox, if you don't mind, I'd just like to sort of add into that slightly. What concerns me with what I think you've just said, Leader, is that the cost of transformation, and that's a key issue. That we need a mechanism to fund it, and the choice you have made is to use an asset to realise the value in order to pay for it. But what I have seen is the cost of the transformation programme going up from £30 million to now £67 million. So over that period, it escalated. But with the savings actually being realised towards the end of the transformation programme rather than at the front. So what that says to me is that the risk is increasing. It really is increasing, and we're not quite sure where we're going to be in 4 years' time in terms of those savings. So and the need to sort of raise capital in the way that you suggest means that next year we'll have less revenue in which to pay the loan off, if you like. So it's almost as if in the following year, well, we may need to raise some more money. So are we actually starting on a spiral of decline, of accumulation of debt, when we don't really know what the outcome of transformation is going to be? And we accept that we have risks, and the report states quite clearly this is risky, it's bold, it's the way. But I think Councillor Debon sort of suggests that that's not what people are used to. It's not what people are used to. We're used to councils running services and not really going out and making financial arrangements in the way that's suggested, and it unnerves people. It really does unnerve people, and whether and the difference is, of course, in the sort of mechanism that you're talking about. You're well used to it as an entrepreneur in those fields, but what we've got here is the mechanism being funded effectively by our residents, who have no choice in this. Unlike shareholders that can say, yes, we can do it, no, we can't do it. Here we have residents who are not used to this kind of activity, probably wondering what it's really all about. I'm sure they'll be appreciative of the fact that money is being raised in this way as opposed to the council tax rise going up. But I just wonder, what will they really think about it? So that's my sort of play on it. Oh, and just to add to that, I don't think I've ever seen a report from the financial officer with so many red warning flags all over it. It seems to me that the 115 officer is not happy with what's being proposed. It is absolutely quite clear in the, I'm not going to put him on the spot and ask him directly, but I will say that it's plainly evident in the warnings that he has put into the report that there is a lot of concern about this approach. Councillor Cox, thank you.
Would you like me to respond, Chair, first, or?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, why not? Thanks, Leader.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Again, a very, considered and valid point. A couple of things, and it's also fair to say this is a step change in terms of financial strategy. So, any Section 151 officer, and we've got an excellent one, will take a position, more often than not, of prudence in terms of saying, well, actually, what we would like to do is take the highest amount of council tax and restrict investment in services. And you see that in the report. That advice, is well made and a reasonable position. We are saying, but actually, if you actually look at our huge asset base, we've got the ability to deliver low council tax, which I think most people who vote for the Conservatives will believe that is a core fundamental part of what they're voting for, whilst also investing across the board. You do talk about the fact that this is a different approach, but we're a very different council than the preceding authorities. We're now the 10th largest. I believe 10th largest, urban council in the country, and it's we've got a huge amount of assets across our conurbation. So what we are doing is not selling. We're funding transformation by not selling assets. So our children will inherit more assets. We've just invested significantly in Poole for the Carter's Key scheme. So our children will inherit those 160 odd flats, and we would do more of that, rather than we're now using our urban regeneration company we will bring a lot more schemes forward where we will be taking investments in that. So again, our children will be inheriting these assets rather than selling them. So I think where you are absolutely right to call out is around the transformation risk. Effectively, I think that's absolutely valid. We have to realise that transformation is fundamental. This budget and our 5-year and then ongoing financial sustainability is entirely based on the fact that 50 million pounds a year recurring saving, £1 billion over 20 years, will be delivered. We need it to be. Where we are, though, Chair, is in a position that if that is, as and when that is delivered, we get to a position which we haven't been in for certainly my time as a councillor, even back in the early 2000s or more recently, when we're actually looking towards a balanced 5-year, MTFP. When a council's financial sustainability is solid, and we haven't been in that position before. We have a huge amount of assets, and I believe we should leverage those, while also, our debt is just on the edge of between the third and fourth quartile, effectively. So we have a significantly less debt than other councils of our size. So this doesn't even in terms of getting us up to the middle point on that. So yeah, and you talked about transformation. I think your figures aren't quite right, because you talked about 30 million to 70 million in terms of the cost of it. My recollection is we were at over 40 million, and now it's in the mid 60s. And we are moving. We're moving from a £43 million annual saving up towards a £50 million annual saving. So I hear what you're saying. But I'm proud of we're able to deliver massive investment in services that we need. We talk about, and you've, the Chair, spoken really eloquently before about how Bournemouth, in particular, I know you're a Bournemouth councillor, deserves to be invested in. Is a fantastic place and should be recognised as that. And we believe that, and that's what we're going to be delivering: investment in cleaner, greener, safer, making sure people can be proud of our area, retaining our assets, which to me speaks of financial credibility, and utilising what we've got to invest. And when you actually look at it in that context, it's absolutely right. We should be keeping money in our residents' pockets. That's £11 million over 2 years, and it's £4 million million this year will be recurring every taxpayer's pockets, which right now they need, Chair. So I think it is bold, it's confident, and it's where we should be as one of the leading authorities in the country with an ambition for our place. So if there's anything I haven't talked about that you touched on, Chair, I'm more than happy to go into any more detail.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Leader. Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as I think Councillor Dedman has already said, there's so much to go into here. I could be quite some time, and I will keep it short and come back if that's all right. There's some things I agree with you on. Achieving a lower tax increase is a good thing. Everybody likes to see low tax increases. I'm an accountant. That's my job. But a lower tax increase is only good if the services provided are provided efficiently and regularly delivered. Nothing, unfortunately, can be further from the truth in BCP at the moment, and you can see that even in the current year budget. Because the current year, where we are today, is actually the platform of where we start this budget. And if you look at the changes that have happened from last quarter to this quarter, they do show some quite stark events. And one of those events is the fact that we've lost £5.2 million on BDC through mismanagement of the Winter Gardens site. And that is a mismanagement and a failure on behalf of the administration. There's about a £3.7 million shortfall in terms of the transformational savings. Now, you just use some very exciting and world-beating words to describe various topics, such as using assets to pay for expenditure. I translate that as financial jiggery-pokery. You've used step change, and I translate that to be you're actually gambling with the future of this authority. So I'm afraid I am a traditionalist. I do like the traditional way of doing things, and I think Councillor Dedman's resident has actually hit the nail on the head. You're trying it not to be traditional. Now, I think you've called it bold. I call it dangerous. But that's based on what we've seen so far. I mean, I can go into so many things. One thing I do want to pick you up on is actually you've already mentioned that 4% for adult social care is you've been strongly advised by the government, by the national government, that we should be taking that. And you're absolutely right. It's something else we agree on. Yet the government has given that advice. They've also strongly advised councils to do the 1.99% as well, in order to secure the future. At the moment, RPI, in case you haven't noticed, is running at over 7%, and yet you're expecting this council to carry on going at 0%, and that's just not sustainable. And much that we would all like to have a 4% increase rather than a 5.99% increase, it's just not going to pay for the services. And it's not as though you're sitting there saying we've saved this money. You've not saved this money. You've actually spent more money. If you look at the increases across the board on services, which you call investments, I call sometimes it may well be investments. I'm sure some of it is investments, but some of it is actually lack of savings that you've achieved, and you can see that lack of savings in terms of the transformational budget. You have assured us time and time and time again that you are going to achieve £7.5 million in transformational savings in this year. You assured us time and time again this was going to happen. Don't worry about it. And what have you done? You've barely achieved just over £2 million. So how on earth you're going to achieve 1 billion, which is what you're talking about now, it just strikes me as fantasy land. And somewhere along the lines, somebody has got to come round and tell the king that he has no clothes. So I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Just what's really worrying me, Leader, is that in 50 years' time I won't be around to enjoy the benefits of all these savings. In fact, I'm not even sure I'll be around in, well, I won't get into the detail of it, but Councillor Gabriel.
Surely, Chair, would you like me to come back?
I'm sorry, Councillor Mellor. Yeah, please do. Sorry.
Yeah, not at all. And I certainly hope, Chair, you are around in 4 years' time when these savings will be realised in full. Yeah, look, again, you know, it's a different position, and I, you know, certainly respect Councillor Cox's words and his background. We agree on a number of points, and we disagree on some quite materially. I've just made some notes, and I'll go through them. So, you know, you talk about it being inefficient. You know, where is the efficiency? Well, what we are doing is moving towards, over this 4-year period, a £50 million a year, every year, more efficient council. And you're absolutely right. That needs to be delivered, and that, you know, we've delivered the reports in there. Something like £48 million. I'll find the part in the report when I come back to it. So that has been delivered in terms of you know, LGR savings over the last 3 years. On top of that, we will be delivering £50 million a year more every year, you know, at the end of the 4-year period. But you're right, we need to deliver that. That needs to be the priority of this council, priority of my cabinet, priority of all my colleagues to deliver that. We have a fantastic partner in KPMG who have great track records in delivering these savings, and Agilisis as well, at the forefront of local government delivery in innovation. A couple of points. So you talk about we've lost the £5.2 million in terms of the BDC piece. You know, as you know, Councillor Cox, you're quite right. You are an accountant. That we've made a provision, which doesn't mean we've lost it. Which means it's a prudent thing to do is to make a provision for £5.2 million while we reassess and look at that scheme and work out what is effectively the most ambitious thing to do for that area. We haven't lost it. We've made a provision. And hardly any of that money was spent by this administration. So yeah, you know, and again, I think it's worth actually just sort of pausing on a transformation point for a little bit longer. So we've got here some really decisions that have been made. So we inherited a transformation programme that was absolutely vital. We absolutely needed to do it. You know, we picked up an administration in the middle of a pandemic, and you had to make some really quite difficult choices about, well, which bits do you just effectively, you know, do you just take on board and run with, and which bits do you materially change, you know, in an instant. The transformation programme was a good one, and it was right, and we were happy to pick it up and carry on with it. Now we've got to, you know, effectively more, you know, under the skin of it. We're quite clear, and one of the things we did do, the previous administration had a £15 million target for this year, and we thought that it's not the right thing to do to make savings until you've done the back office work with the systems to do it. So we reduced that. We then looked at the Smarter Structures programme, again, that we'd inherited, and I thought for all the best, you know, intentions as to why it was there. But, you know, our business, our council is absolutely stretched through the pandemic. And was it the right thing to do to then go and actually make further savings through Smarter Structures programme if we didn't ultimately need to do it, if we could balance the books, you know, elsewhere? We've been able to do that. We've delivered not just a balanced budget, but a surplus budget. So we didn't need to make those savings. So we didn't need to put the business through that pressure. So what we've done is we've said, and I've used this phraseology, you know, more than once, we want to do transformation right, not rushed. Absolutely, what we've been able to do now, because of our financial sustainability, is move the savings to when the work's actually been done. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to create the space for our teams to transform and do great work. What we've also been able to do is now we can overfund the transformation programme by bringing in about £12 million capital receipt reserve. We're able to go further. We're able to say, well, actually, we want to do more with it. So it's not just tweaking the numbers. Oh, we need £15 million this year, you know, which we inherited. It's actually saying, well, that's fantastic transformation work across the enterprise level, I think we call it. You know, so all the back office work we'll be doing across the 3 main benefit categories. But what we're also doing now is bringing in a service-based transformation layer. Anybody who understands and looks at, or even has done for years, you know, council finances, will, you know, that it's unsustainable, the growth in children and adults in investment, far outweighing our ability to raise council tax. So we need to address it. So we've created a new layer, primarily to work with our people services, to go to fund extra capacity around children and adults to deliver long-term savings, you know, into the future. So that positive decision to do transformation right, not rushed, I think, is a sign of confidence. It's a sign of, you know, how to do these things properly. It's a sign of we don't now need to do the Hail Mary, you know, some sort of pass. But I personally, I wrote a transformation paper in opposition, and I said we should do a 5% phase zero cost. Your previous administration had 15 million, which was about 10%. So at the time, I was agreeing effectively with that, but we haven't needed to do it. We found a way not to do it, and we'd rather invest in our organisation now, as long as we keep transformation at the core of it and deliver that more modern council at the end of it. So, you know, and you're right, again, actually, you know, government have suggested that we should take the maximum 1.99% of council tax on top of the collecting their adult social care precept. If we look at our asset base, we don't think we need to. We can prove we don't need to. So again, we're confident around that. And again, you talk about RPI. You know, quite rightly, it's hugely high. But who's that also affecting? That's affecting every one of our residents who buys anything ever. So I think it's entirely right that we look at a low council tax strategy to put more money in residents' pockets. And that's £11 million of money in residents' pockets, and it is sustainable because, you know, we're not selling assets. We're not selling the family silver. So we have got assets going into the future, which is at the heart of it being sustainable. So the strategy we had historically was to sell assets. That is not a sustainable, you know, financial strategy. What we are doing absolutely is a long-term sustainable financial strategy. So I actually think it is entirely traditional in terms of how we're looking at, you know, this funding. It might not be as typical for you know, local authorities of the size and scale that we inherited, but a business, an organisation with a huge amount of assets wouldn't sell them off. They wouldn't have one of the lowest levels of gearing in the country. They would make sensible decisions and make strong investment to drive significant investment and future returns. You know, you look at the TIF concept, where government were encouraging people to borrow significant amounts of money, and they will be repaid back on future income that derived through council tax and business rates. So we're not even having to do that, because we're able to use assets we've already got to fund that, rather than look for those. But by investing in our area, we absolutely are going to drive up more homes, more council tax, better business rates, effectively, because we're having a more quality investment and invested in area. So I believe it is hugely traditional. It isn't that out there, and it is absolutely what our communities deserve in terms of having more money in their pockets. But also, it's what our area deserves: millions and millions more pounds to be spent on cleaner, greener, safer, rather than a message of effectively cuts, we can't afford it, and high council tax. So very much respect the opinion and the comments that have come across, but I'm also very proud to stand in front of what I think is actually a very traditional, sensible, intelligent and sustainable financial strategy.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Gabriel.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think it's just, for me, it's just I welcome this budget. I think it's positive, and it's doing things differently, which I think is what the public at the moment expect us to do. We're investing in our area, we're investing in everyone's future. There's been a lot of conversation about the transformation side of the budget. I think, for me, what I'd like to know is sort of the nuts and bolts behind that. Perhaps if the leader had the three biggest challenges regarding transformation, what would he list those as?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and just to add to it, before I ask the leader to respond, the transformation cost has gone to 67, and the explanation in the report was that the additional money over, I think, what was approved or agreed at 44 million, something like that, was that there are staff needed to do the transformation work, but they couldn't do their other jobs at the same time, and that. I might not have expressed that particularly well, Leader, but that was the explanation given. I couldn't really understand why that is an issue that would suddenly arise. And one of the reasons I raised it is because it's not very long ago that we had an overview of scrutiny meeting on transformation, and there was no muttering at all about an escalation in the transformation costs to the degree that we've now seen. So I think, coupled with what Councillor Gabriel has said, I think, I wondered if you could maybe give us a bit more of an explanation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely happy to, Chair, and it's a good point. I'll go back to your one of your earlier points first around the extra money from people, our officers currently, who we want to free up to be able to spend time in across transformation, which is one of the main reasons why the budget has actually gone up effectively, into the 60 million. So we're putting in, I think it's about £6.7 million a year. So our anybody who's liaises with any of our senior officers or staff across our business at the moment, we are absolutely at capacity. There is very little headroom in effectively any of our teams to actually move things forward. We're coming out of a pandemic. We put LGR together. So what we want to do, is create some extra space for our teams to be able to do that. We're doing that in two ways. One is we're recognising that the cost people are already, at the time they're already spending on transformation, so we're able to put more to this budget. And two, we're intending to bring that service-based transformation layer. And just to be clear, that part will be funded through our excess capital receipts reserve as and when those service-based transformation proposals come through and are formalised into savings. So we have people at the moment, and the first thing KPMG said to us when we onboarded them was, I asked the question, what's the one thing we need to, what's your one bit of advice, what's the one thing we need to get right? And they said, create capacity in your team, not somebody else's team, effectively. So that's what we're doing. So what I might do as well is a pretty good point to bring in. We've got Julian Oscorp here and Adam who may well want to comment on these, because I think it is actually at that general point. But Sean asked for the three main parts of what we need to do. I think the first one is exactly what I've just been talking about. We need to create capacity in our teams to do this job properly. That's exactly what KPMG asked us to do. Now we're able to fund it. Now we've by bringing in a way that wasn't our sale of assets, which capped what we could invest in it. Now we're able to go further. We're able to create that capacity. That service layer, 12 million, that's massively important, because if we're just organising the back office of the business, we actually need to be transforming our services as well. And I think that service layer will do. Your point, Chair, about this wasn't highlighted in the previous report on transformation, I think it's absolutely fine as well. What we need to now do is, I think it would very much bring a transformation paper, and we will do through the system, to talk about the revisions to the transformation programme in more detail. We've gone on a real journey around the ability to utilise this strategy. That's significant work with KPMG, with discussions with our internal auditor, and discussions with SIPFA effectively to get comfortable as a team that this was the right strategy. It's because we've been able to come up with that strategy, we've been able to change and further invest in the transformation programme. So now we're at the point of being confident about being able to do that. We're able to spend more time with members to talking about what that should be, what that should look like, get member input into that, and I'm sure we will do it. I'm very happy to Chair, I think to bring in either Julian or Adam around that as well. Yeah, I see Julian's come online. Julian, would you like to talk about transformation more generally?
I do feel there's a need to just be clear about why there has been a £20.1 million increase in the budget for transformation, leader and chair, and Adam may well wish to correct anything if I oversimplify this. And it also explains why, Chair, in response to your question, it wasn't referenced in September when we had the specific session on transformation. So Adam and I have been working with SIPFA and the external auditor, as the leaders just stated, to understand whether there are opportunities to transfer existing revenue costs being incurred by staff into the programme during the remainder of the programme. And that is acknowledging the extraordinary context that BCP Council is in because of the local government reorganisation process. And the advice from SIPFA Consultancy was that it is valid to acknowledge that there is a significant proportion of our staff who are doing both their day job and working extensively on the transformation program, and the portion of their time that is spent being being spent on the transformation program can and should be allocated as a cost to the transformation program, and that therefore allows us to fund it from a capital source rather than the revenue source. So the most significant increase in the total cost of the program is to support an alternative source of funding for those staff who are doing both day job and transformation work. It is not because we need that they are unable to do both. It is because they are doing both, and we can fund them differently over the next 3 years. But Adam, I don't know if you wanted to come in at that point.
Mr. Ishins, did you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to maybe emphasise some of the points that raised. The increase in the transformation programme is down to 3 significant factors. One is an increase in the contingency of about £1.5 million. One is an increase in the investment that going directly into the data and insight capability of the programme of about £1.75 million. And then, as Julian Oswald has quite rightly referred to, a £20 million investment due to the fact that £6.7 million of staff costs per annum are being transferred into the programme and being funded through flexible use of capital receipts rather than through normal revenue account of the authority.
Could I just ask, does that mean that we need to recruit more staff, or just funding them in our existing staff in a different way?
Chair, the £6.7 million is existing staff that are being funded in a different way.
And if I can be clear, Chair, so the ambition in a service-based transformation layer is to will be net new, but that has to go through, which is a £12 million excess capital receipts reserve we've created. But that has to go through. There has to be a savings case along that. We can't just spend it. We have to, go through the full normal process around saying there will be a saving on that. But we're creating that space for particularly in the people arena, people to come and put business cases towards the transformation board that say, if we can invest in this capacity, extra new capacity, then we can release an extra layer of the current number is £12 million to fund that. So it's a part of us actually both recognising the fact that currently people are working on transformation and we can fund it this way, and also creating a new layer as and when we go through the full programme. So it's both, Chair, effectively.
Yeah, and Chair, just picking up the two other amounts that Adam referenced, the 1.75 for data and insight in the June 2020 Cabinet and Council report. I did state that we would return for additional funding further through the programme once we were clearer on what the ambition around data and insight would be. And the increase in the contingency is a recognition, as we've been speaking about this evening, that overall costs are higher than they were when we established the programme nearly 2 years ago now. There has been some drift in some cost categories.
Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Howell, followed by Councillor Cox, then Councillor Slade.
Yes, thank you. While Julian's on, just a technical question on what he's just stated there. And it says in the documents that the staff will have to, somehow the time that staff spends on transformation is going to have to be recorded to a level that is acceptable to our auditors as evidence. So how much additional pressure is that going to put on staff to record? Have you got a mechanism in place for them easily to record that time?
Chair, are you okay for me to respond?
Please, Mr. Austin-Ford, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor. It is a good question. The majority of the mechanism is already in place within the overall governance for the programme. Because as we move through the design and development of individual work streams and projects that we call work packages, we go through a process of identifying capacity and capability or resources that the council has to provide into each of those work streams. So on the surface, that's the first and principal mechanism for identifying who is required in each of the work streams and how much of their time capacity is required in order to discharge their responsibilities to the program. In terms of actually recording time, the conversations that Adam and I have had with SIPFA suggest that the use of the Microsoft Teams or Outlook diary calendars will be sufficient for that. So it won't create too much of an additional burden across the organisation. And I should hasten to add that 6.7 million per annum that Adam referenced, we're talking about a relatively small proportion of the organisation, principally within senior management tiers and within the corporate centre. So it's not extending into frontline service staff.
Okay, thank you. My main question relates to the flexible use of capital receipts with the rather unfortunate acronym. And can you just clarify, of the £61 million which is going to be funded from assets, is that all via this mechanism, or is it a smaller amount of that figure?
Good. For you, Chair?
Yes, please. I noticed Mr. Richardson's got his hand up.
Okay.
Did you want to answer it?
I'm perfectly happy to answer, but then Adam can. So my understanding is £54 million is in the region of £54 million through the commercialisation of one of our income streams, which is the beach huts, and the rest is some capital disposals that we would make and is sensible to make. So it's a mixture, but it's massively more towards the structure we've been talking about. But Adam will confirm.
Yeah, and just to come in, can I highlight section 63 of the report for members, because the leader is absolutely right with regards to the £61 million of capital receipts. £5.5 million has already been received. That's already in the bank. We've got £13.4 million estimated, based, as the leader said, based on historic, known in the system. Capital receipts are just working their way through that system. That leaves £42 million to be generated from securitisation of future income stream. We hope to get £54 million through that process. The difference gives us the £12 million that the leader refers to as being available for that transformation layer, in children's and adults, to help drive out the service efficiencies within those services.
So that's in danger of confusing things. What I wanted to know was how much was subject to these regulations, because these regulations expire in about less than 2 months' time, don't they? So they do. It says in the finance officer's warnings at the back in Appendix 3 that they need to be renewed. These regulations are scheduled to cease on the 31st of March 2022. However, in February 2021, the government set out their intention to extend these regulations to the 31st of March, etc., etc. So the council has an expectation that they're going to be extended. My concern is that we don't even know whether we'll have a different government tomorrow, the way things are at the moment. What happens? Let's assume it's 54 million, which I think was the leader's answer initially, that are subject to these regulations. Do we have a plan B? What happens if we find out, 2 weeks from now, that actually there's a major hole in terms of this? Can we fund £54 million a different way? I suspect not. In which case, what happens to us as a council in that situation?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I'll continue my thought. Leader, do you have a plan B?
Yeah, so just to be fundamentally clear, the government have been absolutely clear about extension of flexible use of capital receipts over 3 years. There's a technical piece where that actually needs to be put through in legislation, but they've been fundamentally clear on the public record that is exactly what they'll be doing. So we're clear about that.
Thank you very much, Leader. Okay.
Could I just clarify? It does actually say in the papers that broadly what the leader is saying seems to be what is in the papers, but it does clearly state that the government is saying that there will be some changes to the guidance, which would seem to suggest that there is scope here for perhaps a tightening of these regulations. I think that a lot of us would consider that this kind of funding, for the reasons stated by other members, it is not particularly responsible, and therefore it could hardly be surprising if somebody wakes up to that in government, and tries to put a bit more regulation there. Thank you.
Thank you. I wouldn't want to hypothesise on what the government's likely to do at any time, but Mr. Richards has indicated, is that right, Leader?
Of course. Yeah, I might want to come back, Chair, but thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to be absolutely clear then, in the sense that the government, as the leader quite rightly pointed out, when they issued the final settlement, the local government finance settlement for 21-22, they made a very clear statement that they intend to extend the flexible use of capital receipts to 31st of March 2025. So we have that assurance through that process. However, as we sit here today, those regulations haven't been issued. And as Councillor Howe quite rightly points out, they expire on the 31st of March 2022. So they have a little over 2 months in order to issue those regulations. I am hearing nothing that would suggest they will not do that. However, what I do understand and what I think the report highlights is the risk that actually when they do issue that, they may change the criteria from the current criteria. And clearly that is a risk that is being highlighted within the report.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Councillor Cox.
I think I wanted to go back really to Julian Oscarthorpe's explanation of the using staff on the transformational budget, because it seems to me that you're using existing staff to do this. And if you're using staff to do current staff to do this, then they're not doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. So they're either not doing the job that they're supposed to be doing, or you intend to make them redundant afterwards. Because it's one or the other, to use Theresa May's expression. It's one or the other. It can't be both. It can't be well. If there's another explanation, then please let me know. But I just wanted to go also, if you don't mind, just going on to the unfortunately named flexible use of capital receipts. And just to say, there's a very good reason why these were brought in. These were brought in an emergency. They're not normal government regulations. They're brought in an emergency because we had an emergency. We had a pandemic. Sooner or later, those regulations will be withdrawn. I believe. I will be corrected. And sooner or later, the government will have to wake up to the fact that we can't keep selling off stuff in order to pay for the way we live. And as the report clearly points out at the end, I think it's the section 151 officer, it clearly says that we are not living within our means. And that's what's happening. We're not living within our means to the tune of about 40 or 50 million pounds. That's 20% of the net budget. We are not living within our means. And that's, Margaret Thatcher, I have to say, would be turning in her grave at the thought of this. So I think the members opposite need to think very carefully about pursuing this non-traditional. And I wanted to pick up the leader up because he's all over the place saying it's a non-traditional approach. He's just turned around and said it's a hugely traditional approach. Well, it's one or the other. What is it?
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Mr. Richards, I think you wanted to come in on the legislation issue. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can, in the sense that if I could correct the member in the sense that these regulations first came into place in 2016. They were extended in 2019, and hopefully by the 31st of March 2022 they'll be extended again. to the end of March 2025. So, when he says that they were introduced in an emergency, actually, I can't recall what was happening in 2016, but I don't think it was certainly the pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rich. Can you turn your mic off for a minute, please, Mike? Okay, so that's the issue, staff, the question on staff, and then there's the we're not living within our means leader. Is that right?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. I was going to come in and correct that. So thank you to Adam doing it. So just to be really clear, this dispensation, flexible use of capital receipts, is about funding transformation. It's got absolutely nothing to do with emergency situations or COVID. What we are doing is utilising a proportion of. So I think Councillor Cox gave two options. Effectively, you're either going to make them redundant or they're not doing their normal jobs. Effectively, I have a different view on it, and I don't agree. What they are doing is a significant proportion of time at the moment is being spent on transformation, or certainly will be spent on transformation, on top of their business as usual job. So we're asking our teams to do a huge amount of extra work on top of their business as usual. That places pressure on the organisation, which is one of the reasons why we absolutely need to deliver that extra service-based transformation layer around extra capacity, we'll be bringing in. But it's also one of the reasons why we need to be investing in our core business as we are, which is the extra money in children's, adults, and environment services, so that our senior officers who are leading this business through significant change, have some investment in their services while we're doing it. So there is a redundancy. That's what the £50 million of savings. That's one of the three benefit classes will be. FTE, full-time equivalent reduction, and that delivers the efficient business that Councillor Cox was asking for. But it's nothing to do with the funding. About 6.7 million doesn't change the ultimate number on that. One thing I will say, a couple of other things I'll just come back on. You talked about, Councillor Cox, that we can't continue to sell off stuff. I think that's what you said. And I completely agree with you. And I think this is for the first time we're absolutely saying that we're going to stop selling off things other than assets that we really don't need, or we couldn't do anything more with. We are going to keep things. We're going to buy things. We're going to invest in services through looking after our assets differently. So I completely agree. And that, to me, is absolutely something that Margaret Thatcher or any Conservative would think would be a strong economic policy. But we do need to deliver transformation. You're absolutely right. So the £50 million savings we're looking to get by the end of year 4 are fundamental to securing the long-term sustainability of the council. So that is plan A, B and C. Where I said, it says in the report, effectively, this is, non-traditional approach, in and around local government. It is fundamentally traditional across normal businesses to look at using your assets to invest in there. Somebody, I think it's actually Councillor Broadhead, when we were having a conversation with the media, suggested you don't sell your garden to pay for new wiring in your house. You use you remortgage to be able to do that. That's exactly what we're doing. We're not selling off our assets. We are investing in our business, and we'll be delivering a long-term financial sustainability because of it. That is a fundamentally traditional approach. It's just an approach that isn't as readily used in local government. So I hope that clarifies that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. There's a lot I could say to that. I think Councillor Slade, please.
Thank you, Leader. There may well be answers that I need from Mr. Richins or Mr. Oscar Thorpe to answer this. Apologies, I am going to jump about a bit because there is so much in this paper which fills me with horror that I'm going to have to move around a bit. I wasn't really going to talk too much about transformation, apart from something that struck me that was said to me recently about, it was just last August that we had that all-day event where we were told that, don't worry, you were irresponsible in suggesting 15 million of savings, so we've reduced it to 7.5 million for this year. And we said, we've only delivered 2.1 million. Oh, but it's okay. Don't trust us. We'll deliver the rest of it by the end of the year. and you've not. And now I feel like we were asked to actually leave you to deliver that. It hasn't happened. We should have demanded evidence. We won't make that mistake again. There's a few things about extending transformation. In my mind, that means it's going to take longer and we're going to spend more. We're going to end up with the same place. That's how it looks to me. That's how it looks to residents. And you know, you can spin it however you like, and it sounds ever so convincing. I have to say, you know, if I was watching this from home, I'd go, gosh, he's clever, isn't he? He can use lots of really long words and he can make it sound like a fantastic sales pitch. I generally put the phone down on these sales pitches when they come in through my house. I don't want to hear it. This is not normal business of a council. This is spiv and spin, and I feel very, very uncomfortable about it. And some of the things I feel uncomfortable about is our beat charts are our pride and joy. There's no fire sale under the last administration. There was a fire in one of the beat charts, and I want to know what happens when there's more fires in beat charts and people are no longer having their beat chart with BCP Council, but with another company that you've set up. Because so far we have no business plan. We have no information about how it's going to run. We've been told that at some point, I quote from the budget, sometime after this meeting, we will be presented with a paper that tells us how this is going to look. At the moment, we don't know what the contracts are going to look like for those tenants. We don't know who's going to be paying for the maintenance, the replacement. We don't know how much people are going to be paying. In fact, in the paper talking about this, it even says that it will be a whole or majority owned company. A wholly or majority owned company. So we might not even wholly own this company. I mean, we talked earlier on to Essex Water, which is owned by a Malaysian, organisation. What are we going to have? Beat charts actually, you rent it off BCP Council, but it actually belongs to a local property developer that shall not be named, for example, or, a foreign investment asset company. That's what we're looking at here, and it's not normal practice. You then talk about keeping all this money in the pockets of our residents. If the £1 council tax was actually taken, which would generate £4 million, which would mean that there's lots of these things we wouldn't need to be doing, that would cost a Band D resident £2.50 a month. I am fairly confident that most residents would go, do you know what? £2.50 a month, that's not a lot really. That's less than a cup of coffee a month. Now, clearly, nobody wants to pay anything at all. They'd rather have their cup of coffee. But set aside, the beat charts, the borrowing. It's just, put it into real context for people, because that's what it really means. Section 157, which is about reserves. In 2021, this administration used £30 million of the reserves to prop up the business as usual, the everyday spending. In 22-23, they're spending 36.2 million of those reserves to prop up the everyday spending. There isn't £36.2 million left after this year. There's 31 million, and that includes the reserves for the earmarked and the unearmarked reserves, of which some of that isn't even our money. It's other people's money that is lodged with us. So if the pattern continues, and that pattern is going up, as Councillor Cox says, we're living beyond our means by a greater amount each year, there isn't enough money. So surely that means you've got to cut services. And you talk about investing in the reserves. You're putting £700,000 into one reserve, and you're taking 30 million out of a different reserve. Even like a primary school child would know that that is not an increase. That is a reduction in reserve. So that's a huge bit of spin. The next thing is future places. You started Future Places less than 6 months ago. It was rushed through. Lots of us were very uncomfortable about it. £1.7 million in ridiculously high salaries for part-time staff not even living in this area, and £600,000 a year in internal staff costs to service this company. And already this budget is talking about having to refinance it. That doesn't sound right. And the final thing I just want to flag is, the budget makes a lot of assumptions. It makes the assumption that there will be a limit in the increase of the amount spent on the children's services budget and on the adult services budget next year, 2.99% cap on the increase. This year, there is a 13% overspend on the children's services budget. So I do not have a lot of confidence that without awful cuts to our services, which obviously at the moment it sounds great, throwing money at things, but how on earth do you think you're going to keep it to 2.99% when this year you've got 13% overspend in the budget? None of it makes sense. This literally is fantasy land, but it does sound incredibly clever.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Leader, is this spin, is it fantasy land?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Councillor Slade, for your synopsis. Well, let's look at what isn't spin. Let's look at what is fact, effectively. So this administration took inherited an MTFP for various different reasons, and largely COVID related. And understand and respect the pressures the previous administration was on, but £50 million MTFP gap, and delivered a budget surplus. What we've just done in this year on the budget we put forward last year is made positive choices around stressing our organisation less through not needing to deliver in full that £7.5 million of transformation, and still delivered a budget surplus. So what we are doing is continually, and we've done both of those as a matter of fact, while also taking keeping £11 million in our residents' pockets. So what is fact is we've done both of those things, so that isn't fantasy land. We've got a track record of delivering balanced or better budgets. We've done that twice. The previous Conservative authorities again did that every year as well. So that's track record and it's fact. I think Councillor Slade, actually, because there's a significant amount in there, Chair. So if you don't mind, I'll probably go back chronologically from that. So I said it before, I'll say it again. In terms of transformation, we are being more ambitious now. We are now, have more time and space to sort of understand the transformation programme and to move it towards a little bit like the corporate strategy that we'll see later. There's an element of that when we inherited the organisation, it was the right time to inherit the majority of the work streams that were there. We've now got the ability, through our capacity to finance it better, to fund it better, to be more ambitious with it, to change it. So that transformation programme is a better, more ambitious and better resource transformation programme than we've inherited. And again, I'll say it, Chair, it's right, not rushed, because we were having to, the previous administration were having to do more, but we were still having to bank on taking £7.5 million of our organisation out before we'd done the benefits there. We didn't need to do that. We haven't done it. We've been able to be confidently not do that, and we've delivered a surplus in terms of our terms of our budget. And you also say, we're spending more on transformation, but we're left in the same place. Absolutely not. We're moving it up from the low 40s to £50 million worth of saving over that 4-year period. But what we're doing, Chair, is doing it at the end of a transformation programme when we've got the benefits from the organisation. What we're also doing is adding that layer, that service-based transformation layer. So while we're doing those material things, we can actually, start improving our services, as we speak. And I have, put pressure on Julian Osgood for our new Director of Children's Services, our Director of Adult Services and Director of Commissioning to come forward at pace with programmes that we can actually get through the council system around that service-based transformation layer. Because I believe we need to take responsibility for the increases in the children's and adults budget, and the best way to do that is to create our fantastic officers across transformation, children and adults, with space and investment to do the things they want to be doing in their services and invest and change how some of the services are being delivered. If we don't do that, we will keep having £25 million a year rises in children's and adults. And I don't accept that we're delivering our services as efficiently as possible. So it isn't just the normal narrative that we get from, I think it's fair to say, sort of opposition politics around, well, it's got to be high council tax or cuts. We are transforming our, and creating space to invest in children's and adults on a number of ways, both the money we put, £25 million we're putting in, and the £12 million, transformation saving. And we believe that will deliver us, those services to grow in line with inflation going forward. Chair, I'll come to the beach huts if I can. These will be controlled by BCP Council. We will put those into a company that is controlled by BCP Council. So any decisions about them going forward will be under the control of BCP Council. The point in the report around potentially 100% or owned or controlled by BCP Council is we will explore, and there's no commitment to do this, but we will explore whether we can get a small amount, which would be a charity or other people related. We wanted to look at how we could actually get the voice of residents and a voice of beach hut owners in around that. So we're looking to explore, are there whether it's just a few percent. So we'll either be materially 100% owned by BCP Council, or there will be something like a charity or community interest group to take some ownership there. Categorically, there will be no investment to outside parties. In terms of, I think you used the term property developers, absolutely not, absolutely not. What it also does do, you talked about sort of maintenance of beach huts. This creates extra, capital receipts. This creates an ability for us to look at how we actually fund our beach huts into the future. We believe, and we hear quite often, we had something come forward to the Futures Fund around a potential investment in beach huts. We need to invest more in them, and this creates an ability to do that by commercialising, our assets across the board. We look at what else we can deliver around them, and this vehicle will enable us to invest right now up front in a way that doesn't cost our taxpayers money to deliver more, better maintenance, more services, potentially. And I look very much forward to that paper coming through overview of scrutiny, as you've quite rightly said, it shall do and will need to. You also talk about your cup of coffee, which we've heard often, from in previous, other budgets. It's a very clear choice, and you're absolutely right. Maybe the residents would prefer to have a 6% council tax increase and and that 2% recurring every year. We're putting that £4.2 million back in, and it's going to stay there next year and the year after and the year after, because we're not taking that 2% now. And we also £7 million we didn't take. So it's a choice, isn't it? So it's why we'll stand in front of the electorate and say we have delivered low council tax. What do you expect a Conservative organisation to do? Do you expect us just to complain about the amount of money we've got from the government, cut services and raise council tax? No, you expect us to deliver lower tax, have higher ambition, and deliver more investment, and that's exactly what we're doing. And then I come back to my previous point: we do that, and we deliver balanced or better budgets, which we've done in 2 years of this administration and all the years of a preceding organisation. We are increasing the unearmarked reserves, to a point we're actually below average in terms of reserves, and we're getting through this budget, to the median point there, and then we will go further. Because we will be able to do that. You talked some of the numbers you talked about in terms of reserves. You'll also notice, we've moved to transformation reserve. We don't need it now, effectively, because we built in, we funded transformation fully and more, and then we've actually brought in an equivalent. So it's 12 million for 12 million flexible use of capital receipts reserve, effectively. So but which is reserve which we can now fund on transformation. And we've released the historic reserve on transformation. So we are getting more in unearmarked reserve, which is effectively your rainy day fund. Your earmarked reserves are for things, specific risks you've got. We've been able to unwind a risk on transformation because we've found a way of not selling our assets to fund it. And just on that, I'll come back to the point around flexible use of capital receipts and the risk around that, Chair, because I believe you sort of went to Adam Richards and I didn't come back and answer that. That risk is much less by having a one-off transaction rather than needing to sell 20 different assets or that we've inherited. So Chair, I think I've answered most of Councillor Slade's points. If there's anything you'd like any more clarity on, I'd be very happy to do it. But thank you very much for your questions.
There was the issue about the future places and the staffing costs.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think that's actually just again a sign of confidence, isn't it? We've got a fantastic, team of nationally significant, nationally renowned people we've been able to attract there. Partly because we've got such an amazing area with so many assets. So what we're doing is effectively having more confidence in them, investing more in them, and asking them to do more for it. So, Chair, very happy to. I'm really particularly looking forward to seeing. Now they have been in place for around about 6 months. Some of the things we're going to start seeing in the next 12 months, massively going to be attractive, ambitious, commercial, and absolutely the right things in terms of delivering a stewardship approach. So it's a stewardship's a word we can hear a lot more from them through the next 12 months and onwards, which is taking a long-term, sustainable approach to utilisation of assets, delivering a world-class place rather than just taking a development review when you put a bunch of flats on a site and bank the money. We're trying to take long-term value creation from it, and we're funding the team to do that. So very happy with to stand in front of that again, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Allison.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to start off by saying that in terms of what you're trying to do here with keeping the core council tax down, I'm a big fan of. Obviously, I think we all recognise that in the context of COVID and a rising energy bills and a rising cost of living crisis, that nobody in this room wants to be telling their residents that they should be paying more council tax. But as a consequence of us not raising that council tax, we're forced here to fill the gaps in this budget by taking out all of this borrowing. And I'm happy that you're confident that that's going to work out and wholeheartedly hope that it does work out. But it's still quite a large risk, and I hope you realise that some of us are really uncomfortable with the level of risk, and residents will be uncomfortable with quite an unprecedented level of risk compared to previous budgets. Nobody knows what the future is going to bring, and the only thing we can guarantee here is that over the long term we're going to be paying the interest on that amount. So we're going to be definitely paying more for each one of these projects. I share a lot of the concerns around the Beach Hut project. There isn't really any detail in this paper that truly guarantees that that's going to work out well, and that the beach hut owners and renters aren't going to have to pay more, or that the maintenance is going to be better, or they're going to get better services. You can't guarantee that. Nobody can. And one final thing I wanted to point out, we've talked a lot about the increased cost of transformation. One thing that struck me in this paper is I raised it a couple of years ago, and I raised it about 6 months ago at our last transformation meeting. We've been discussing this, and all the papers for transformation have said the staff are really happy and we're engaging with trade unions, and the trade unions are really happy. This is the first paper that's come along and said the pay award that's being given is now going to a ballot, and the trade union members are considering industrial action, and I think that should really concern us. And all I would say is that I really recommend that we try and engage more with those trade unions, and that your administration tries to engage a lot more with those trade unions. And I think you may be surprised at the level of discontent amongst staff. I speak to quite a lot of staff in various departments a lot, and there's quite a lot of unhappiness and quite a lot of uncertainty amongst BCP employees, and I just hope that you would recognise that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Just before you come back on that, please, not really being a financial man, could you just explain to me that we will be losing the Beach Hut revenue, and I don't know what it is, £5 or £6 million a year or something. How do we make that back up? Where do we get that money from next year, and the year after that, and the year after that? And I'm assuming that we get it in transformation savings. I'm sure that I assume that's where it comes from. But if you could just clarify that, because it does relate to what Councillor Allison has asked. Thanks.
Yeah. Chair, I'll do your point first, if I may, in terms of that, and then I'll come back to Councillor Allison's well-made points. Adam Richards will come in and happily sort of discuss in more detail in this. So there's around about a net £3 million effectively we'll be losing in our MTFP, and I think it's quite clearly in the report around our beach hut income. What we're actually doing, Chair, is taking the majority of that money up front. That's effectively what we're doing. That money up front, less some interest cost and less some financing cost of setting that up. So we're taking it up front, and then we won't have that £3 million for the next 20 years because we're effectively banking that up front. Councillor Allison talks again about risk, and again, it's a really valid point to make. But the risk is absolutely negligible because and who's telling us that? Who's pricing that? That is the people who, the external debt providers who will fund that money, because they can look at that income generating asset and go, where's the risk in that? It's absolutely negligible. So we bring that money up front, Chair, and then what that enables us to do is we get 20 years worth of money up front, less costs, and then we're able to invest that money, which then will deliver us £50 million savings a year. So we will be delivering £1 billion, give or take, because it's after 4 years. So maybe more like £900 million. But the best part of £1 billion of savings across that life of that contract for 20 years, and we'll be losing the £3 million a year going in, but we would have had that money less cost up front effectively. So we get it on day one, it delivers us nearly £1 billion worth of savings, and it delivers us complete financial sustainability going forward. And that is just a small fraction of our assets. If you actually look across the board of all the assets we have, we are incredibly wealthy as a council in terms of that asset base, and any of us who would own that amount of assets would utilise them to deliver services, and investments for us. So hopefully that's your point on that beach hut money. I'll just carry on with the beach huts and go to Councillor Allison's point. I can guarantee that there is going to be more investment in our beach huts. I'm confident to guarantee that it's going to be a better product, because we'll have the funds to be able to invest in it. And the point here is just commercialising our use of our assets. And we're not in a position, we haven't been in a position, none of the preceding administrations, Conservative or Unity Alliance, have been in a position to invest in our beach huts. We're now, seafront is a massive part of our big plan, and we will be significantly investing in our seafront and in the services we can supply to beach hut owners, and in increased, maintenance for them. So I am really comfortable that this is going to be a better service for those people. Something I think it's a really valid point that Councillor Allison makes is around staff, and a staff morale, and also about engaging with the trade unions. Yes, absolutely right. We will be going out to ballot on our plans around pay and reward, which is a significant investment for us to say actually we want to go further. We inherited, and we actually were working with. And I believe was the right policy for a long time, a net nil cost position around our staff, because we've now got more confidence around our finances. We're able to invest further, and do that in an environment where we're delivering low council tax. We're able to say to our staff, well, actually, we're going to pay. We're not going to look to have a net nil cost. It's going to have significant cost. I think Adam will correct me, but it's somewhere in the region of £7 or £9 million in year one, extra investment into our staff when we get there. What we are saying is that should happen as and when we're closer to when we're delivering the transformation savings. But my position in terms of staff, and we have a fantastic team of people that have worked so hard and have been so stretched across both safe landing of LGR and then the pandemic, and now transformation. But what we could have done is we could have stuck with the original policy of taking £15 million of that staff out, pure cut, before we'd done any of the work to back offices. That would have absolutely blown, and it was, impacting severely on staff morale. So we've stood in front of that twice now. Firstly, and said, no, that should be 7.5 million and not 15 million. And secondly, we've actually said, look, we can balance the budget anyway. Let's do transformation right, not rush. And we've put a halt to a lot of the smarter structures, stress. So I absolutely hear the councillor. He's absolutely right. We've got to listen. We've got to negotiate. I'm comfortable to say we're invested in our staff, invested in our teams. We've tried to take out the risk for them around transformation and smarter structures. When we've done some of that savings, we've done the right ones, but we haven't gone further than that because we don't need to. So we're trying to do it, right, not rushed. When the business is better, when the back office systems are better, we will then be able to make those savings and efficiencies, not before. So hopefully, Councillor Ellison can get some comfort out of the fact that we are trying to take a really responsible approach, both in terms of not rushing the savings from staff, secondly, in terms of investing more in their services, thirdly, investing in that sort of service-based transformation layer as well. And then fourthly, massively increasing our investment in them through the pay and reward plan that we're putting together. I hope that helps, Chair.
Thank you, Leader. I think Mr. Richards wanted to come in. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And just to follow up on the Leader's response in regards to some of the finer detail of those issues, can I refer members to section 77 of the report? What section 77 of the report does is outline generally the high-level position with regards to securitisation of the income stream, that being the beach hut income stream, in the sense that it says that the council currently receives net operating income of around about £6.1 million per annum. The proposal doesn't relate to 6.1, it relates to 5.1 of that. Technically in the first instance, that's what we're going or foregoing as part of the process. But in return, because of the way the mechanism works, the council will be given the company a loan to help finance, besides the capital receipt, the purchase of those assets. So there's a loan repayment of about £0.7 million a year. There's also a guarantee fee associated with £0.7 million, giving a net reduction of 3.7. So it's the 3.7 compared to 5.1 that we need to bear in mind. In regards to the second question, and referring to the point of Councillor Allison, if I can refer members to the table in section 5 of the report, because you'll see that there's a line in the top of the table regards to additional investments. It talks about the paying grading project and the net revenue impact, and it shows a cost of £9.1 million from 24-25 onwards. And then because of the year protection mechanism, that drops back to 4.6 million on an annual basis thereafter.
Did you want to come back? I see you waving, Councillor.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm quite happy with the answers that were given. I just wanted to add one more question that I was going to ask that I forgot. So just want to get some clarity, really. We passed a couple of featured projects that were ongoing when we were administration and as portfolio holder. So I just want to check, because both of those projects for building new beach huts were already prudential borrowing. So are we in essence paying, because we're obviously still paying that loan back to build the new beach huts, but then those beach huts are going to be given to the SPV. So are we essentially paying interest twice, or is it cancelled out somehow?
Mr. Richards, did you want?
Clearly this will be part of the final detail that needs to come forward to Cabinet and Council in the first quarter when you get a full report on this with all the due diligence. But that's one of the reasons why we started with 5.1 rather than 6.1 to allow for those kind of issues as part of that equation.
Thank you very much. Councillor O'Neill, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, budgets are always challenging. We are a leading destination. However, I would observe that when we look across the conurbation, we look tired. I would observe in some areas we are declining, and we surely need to invest in our services because we all know that there are areas in need. And I guess mine's more of a technical question after stating that we need ambition. And I think what we're debating here today is the size of the A in ambition. But we surely can't go on as we are if we're going to generate future savings and actually get behind a destination that we want tourists to come to, and we all love. We need to see investment. But in terms of debt gearing, and observing that councils do have a number of rules and considerations that they must follow, I just want to understand, what are the rules on debt as advised or permissible levels? And in terms of the budget, how is the debt risk being considered in light of the potential for cost and inflation push? Thank you.
Thank you, Leader.
Yeah, thank you very much. The first point I'll absolutely double down and agree on. In terms of there is a need to invest in our place. I think we can all see that, can't we? And we absolutely, our area deserves investment. I passionately believe that Bournemouth, Christchurch, and Poole can be the best place to live, work, play in the UK. Can compete with anywhere in Europe, but we need to invest in it. We need to have higher standards. We've got all of the natural environment. We now need to bring our the place that we're responsible up to the standard of a natural environment. So absolutely agree in terms of that. I'll talk briefly about the sort of where we are in terms of debt and we're gearing. I think was the word we used, and then Adam can come in specifically about if there's anything about the national framework in terms of where we're able to borrow money or not. We are, and as the report quite clearly states, we're in, and I've just checked it so I can give some clarity on it. We're at the bottom of the third quartile in terms of debt. So we are well below average. We're near, we're about 74% effectively in terms of the quartiling. So we've got massive headroom to invest further if we want to. I'm aware. Look, my background. I'm a corporate finance guy by background. I'm spent years in private equity. You invest in businesses, in a recession, and some businesses that don't get invested in a recession, where you are in 10 years' time is materially different. And if you then overlay that with all the macroeconomic factors we've got in at the moment around people streaming out of more traditional cities and wanting well-being, world-class cities, with a different and a better quality of life, this is the time to put our place on the map. And we're happy to invest in that and do that in a sustainable way whilst reducing council tax. So not reducing council tax by foregoing council tax. So really happy with the ambition point, and hopefully I'll give some clarity on where we are in terms of the debt point. Adam will be able to respond more fully on the technical point around our borrowing or ability to borrow. But I'm happy to come back if I can help any further.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Leader. In regards to the council's position on debt, the council has a duty to set its own debt limits, and that is done through the council's audit and governance committee making recommendations to full council. You will remember that back in the summer that this council decided to extend its debt limits, just as the Leader has quite rightly pointed out, from the lower quartile to the midpoint. And it then gave itself an extra, I think it was £212 million of debt headroom on top of what it already had and what it already planned. So that meant it had an overall total of about £855 million. What we've seen through this budget and through the previous decisions of council with regards to the £50 million of future funds allocation, the £46 million allocated to Carter's Quay, the Green Futures Fund that is in this report, the £10 million SE&D capital, and the multi-year investment in the council's new housing or new build housing and acquisition strategy, that at this moment in time, when we look at the 31st of March 2027 deadline, we've got about £18.5 million of unallocated debt at this moment in time. Now, the council will always have the ability to reconsider that on an annual basis, to reflect on that, to see whether or not that ambition has grown, and to consider the justification for increasing it beyond that midpoint. And the Treasury Management section of this report, section 167, sets it out in further details.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I find that actually somewhat reassuring, because what it does suggest is there's flexibility in the accounts to meet some of the challenges of movement on cost and inflation, but also there's headroom within the borrowing should we need to make adjustments. Would that be right?
Yeah, there's always that ability to reflect and to adjust because it's a self-imposed limit which council sets as part of that process. What we've been very clear is that we expect business cases to come forward to potentially utilise that debt, and those business cases need to be robust with regards to what's the financial consequences of any of that borrowing if it's going to be paid for by the council, or whether or not it's part of the self-financing kind of proposal that the actual bit like Carter's Key, that the income you generate is sufficient to cover the costs and deliver a return for the council.
Thank you.
Chair, may I just come back in just very briefly, just a small point. Thanks, Adam, and he's absolutely right. I think it's just worth highlighting that the borrowing that Adam just run through with the gap that's left. That borrowing is planned to be taking place over the timing of the MTFP over the next 5 years. Our position is around that median point, and so effectively the full amount, there would likely be a bigger gap than that because we're able to because other councils will be that the level will be changing, that median point will be changing effectively. So there's even more. It is likely to be even more headroom than Adam's just mentioned, and Councillor O'Neill just taken some comfort from. Hopefully that adds some more confidence.
Thank you, Leader. Okay, we're going to got Councillor Howell next, and then Councillor Cox came back, and now I see Councillor Stripley. You put your hand up again? Okay, all right. Oh, did you? Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't see it. I do apologise, Councillor Dedman. So, Councillor Dedman, then Councillor Howell, then Councillor Cox, and then who else was it? Councillor Stripley. Yeah. So, given the time, it's 10 to 8, I think we'll say that will be it. All right, because we still have another 2 items to cover. Budget monitoring at Q3, and then the corporate strategy report, and that's both fairly significant reports. Okay, so Councillor Dedman, I had to let you speak now because you were looking at me ferociously.
Well, not that ferocious, surely. Yes, and speaking of ferocity, we're talking about beach huts, and I noticed in the discussion, which has been very interesting, that the leader has said he wants to hear the voices of the beach hut owners. Well, I've often heard those voices in Muddyford on the spit. Good luck with that, leader, is all I can say. So, I wanted to make a couple of points. I think it's been a really interesting discussion. The leader at one point referred to the council and the urban area, our business. And my point, and I think the residents' point would be, it isn't a business, it's a council. And it's not a business of the sort the leader works with in his day job. And the leader also said in another reply, this way of financing is quite usual in the business world. Well, it may be quite usual in the business world, and I know Sir Philip Green did this sort of financial manoeuvring, but look where he's got. Well, I know he's on his yacht, but look where the business has gone. And so my point is, really, to the assembled room, that I'm really finding this attitude to the public money, and it's the residents' money, it's not council money, because the council doesn't have any money. And even when the government lends the council money, the government is lending our money. So I find it very disturbing, and I think another resident, which I hadn't been going to mention in my first comments, but she said, it's really paying for things on the never, never. And I think this is one of the attitudes that you will have trouble with, leader, when you try to put this budget through. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Did you want to come back on that, Councillor Miller?
Yeah, just briefly, and again, thank Councillor Dedman for her comments. I look forward to conversations with any of our beach hut owners or the tenants license. I think it's the technically licensed holders, most of them, as well, because we want to make a better product for them. We want to make people to enjoy our area more, and we believe that this will do it, whilst also having control of any decision making about those future sites will be through a company controlled and owned by the council. I do absolutely agree, Councillor Dedman. This isn't a business. That's why we're having absolutely record investment. And let's pause on that. You know, effectively, nearly £25 million extra going in this year for adults and children. You know, this isn't a business. This is absolutely about trying to, you know, deliver for our residents who need it, vulnerable people who absolutely need it. That doesn't mean we're not, you know, it is not in this area's benefit, in those vulnerable people's benefit, to be commercially driven around how we're actually trying to deliver that. So I don't believe it is a dirty word to be commercial in terms of what we're doing. We are delivering that. The reason we're delivering that, so we can carry on, you know, investing in our vulnerable people. And where does that get us? It gets us to your last point. It's not our money. You know, it's absolutely not. It's the, you know, the government giving it. Where does the government get it from? The taxpayer. Where do we get it from? We get it from largely, you know, council tax, and that is absolutely why it isn't our money. That's why it's so important we take as little of it as possible. And by not taking £11 million over the last 2 years, and over 4 million of that recurring every year, and we now see in Christchurch, you know, council tax bills are around about £260 less than they would have been if we hadn't gone through the LGR process. That's £260 a year in Christchurch. We aren't taking over a life of a council, over £1,000 of our residents' money that we're not taking, partly due to LGR and partly due to our commercial, you know, council's finances, and not taking money out of our residents' pockets if we don't need to. But thank you very much for your comments.
Chairman, can I just come back on that for a little point that I'm sure the leader would expect me to make, in that, yes, we're jolly thankful that we're paying far less council tax than we would have done had we not harmonised, with the help of the Unity Alliance and certainly the Christchurch Independents, over the short period rather than initially. If anybody has ever documents for LGR, 20 years, then 7 years. So yeah, I'm very thankful that we are harmonised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. I'm sure none of us had forgotten that particular. Okay. Okay. Councillor Howell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two quick questions. Firstly, the leader made a kind of throwaway comment about the council having lots of assets. To my mind, most of the council's assets are not really assets in a financial sense. They're places like Poole Park, which don't generate income, and hopefully we would never sell. And therefore, you know, I'd like to know what other assets he is thinking about, which are essentially income generating and could have been subject, or may in the future be subject, to the same mechanism which is being applied to the beach huts. Or was the beach huts the only one? Why, you know, were there other options there, and we chose the beach huts over other options for some reason, or was the beach huts the only option?
Yeah, thank you. It's
turn the microphone off, please.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think what's worth stating, I just have to pick you up slightly, because you said hopefully we won't sell items like Poole Park. Well, absolutely not. But we're saying we really don't want to sell anything. You know, unless something is completely surplus to our requirements or our community's requirements, we are not selling it, and that is a material change from previous the previous administration. You know, an example of that, Poole Civic. Let's do something with it. You know, let's find a way of of maximising value out of it whilst keeping it in our ownership. That's just one example of an asset. Your Christchurch Civic. Well, you know, you all know as well as anybody, Councillor Howe, our ability and our need in terms of regeneration. We have a huge opportunity to utilise our massive land ownership across the conurbation and building ownership to, one, deliver, you know, regeneration, two, deliver better services by regenerating, you know, the buildings and the way we deliver our services, and do that in a commercial manner, which means while keeping those assets, just like we've done in Carter's Quay in Poole, we can invest money, and now that will be making money for us, you know, every year, long term. So hopefully that gives some comfort. You ask about whether other assets considered the model we looked at was around income generating assets, so third party income generating assets, and the only the one that was explored effectively was the one we've taken forward. We don't need to. There's no more. Capital receipts. We do not need to generate any more capital receipts. We've already generated a surplus of them, so there's categorically no need to do any more, because by doing as long as we invest and deliver a transformation program for the first time, pretty much certainly in my memory, we get to a position over a 5-year period where we have a relatively balanced medium-term financial plan. We don't need any more capital receipts, so we're not looking at doing any future ones of this type of scheme. Hopefully that gives everybody some comfort.
Yeah, I think that answer can be summarised as the cupboard is bare. My second question is related to the Winter Gardens, £5 million, which is Councillor Cox mentioned earlier, which is, £5 million can get lost in a budget of the size that we're talking about. But when I was dealing with this as portfolio holder, it was a challenging scheme to deliver, but it was on target just about. We were being warned of potential increases in costs in the future. But I am worried by the statement in point 57 there, which says that the BDC team continue exploring options to develop the site in the context of challenging landscape facing construction industry, etc. To what extent is the design being reconsidered here, and to what extent does that expose us to additional risk? Because when you inherited this project, the team were at the level of costing the kitchens in the units. The scheme was finished in design. Is it the case that is no longer deliverable and it's being reimagined? And what are the consequences of this 5 million? What is it designed to achieve? Where is it taking us to? Is it just more money being thrown into the pipeline without any certainty as to whether this is deliverable, or we're going to generate any profit at the end of it? Thank you.
Before you come back on that, Peter, I did want to actually ask you, and it relates directly to this, and given that the BDC is a partnership and the council's making a provision of over £5 million, does that also mean that the partner in the thing is also making a provision for the same amount? So there is a provision overall of over £10 million. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair. So my understanding of this is that money has already been effectively spent in getting the scheme over a number of years to where it is. It's money already spent. Not a penny of that is new money. We're just saying that it's prudent. We're arguably being over prudent, but it's in terms of saying as you capitalise money against a scheme, well, until we're actually delivering that scheme, we should recognise that money is spent, and that's why we're providing for it. So again, actually, if we take a look back and say if we chose not to provide for that, then our MTFP and our effectively balanced or better position will be £5 million better. So we've just taken the view that we should provide for it effectively. What we have done, and more specifically around sort of Councillor Howe's point, is we've asked future places to consider all of our region. That Winter Garden scheme is a great scheme in its context, in its if you're just looking at a site. And so tried to allude to this earlier on, actually, when I talked about stewardship and what we're trying to do with regeneration. If you look at an individual site on its own, you'll come up with a scheme, like Winter Gardens. If we deliver that, fantastic, that would be absolutely amazing. But let's, what we are doing, we're asking our future places team to have a look at all of the, the region, all of our key sites and move it forward. So until we're, there's a spade in the ground there. It's sensible to provide for that £5 million because we're being a fiscally prudent authority. One thing I will say is that the throwaway comment from Councillor Howe was quite unnecessary around summing up the cupboard is bare. Well, I don't know what part of my answer got to the cupboard is bare. We have huge amount of assets across the conurbation. I gave you an example of one. There are many more. The cupboard is not bare. We do not need to raise any more capital receipts because we have fully raised all of the capital receipts that we need to fund transformation to the level that we believe we should do, and fund our place and our, you know, to the level that its ambition, as Councillor O'Neill described, warrants.
Can I just clarify that position? The reason I said that was because my understanding of your previous comment, Leader, was that the beach hut proposal was the only one of our assets that fitted into that scenario, that we could actually raise money through the mechanism that you described, and therefore, given that all our other assets are not essentially financially realisable unless we sell them, you know, you didn't have a choice other than to do the beach huts, and therefore that's why, and we're using that, so there's nothing left. So that was my logic. Thank you.
I see sorry, Leader, Mr. Wissens did want to come back in on the other point regarding the BDC provision.
Chair, I just wanted to highlight to you so that you're absolutely aware that you have seamlessly transitioned into the budget monitoring report from the budget report. I just wanted to make that clear to you.
Thank you. Leader.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, through you, Chair. So what I actually said was talking about, you know, third-party income-generating assets. We have a myriad of third-party income-generating assets. So you could do this on a number of things. We have absolutely no intention of doing that because we don't need to. So the cupboard isn't there in any way, shape, or form. That mechanism would have worked for any income-generating asset, but we don't need to do it any further.
Thank you, Leader. I'll seamlessly go back to Councillor Cox, who wants to carry on, I think, with the budget for a little while longer.
I'll probably confess that I was probably the first one to seamlessly go into when I started talking about the provision right at the first. So I apologise for this. Now, I wanted to do, I haven't mentioned the beach hut yet, and I appreciate the bid to probably talk to death so far. But I was wanting to raise a point which actually Councillor Allison has already pointed out, insofar as that some of the beach huts have already been mortgaged. We've already had lending on some of these beach huts, and now by doing this, let's use the expression financial wheeze, we're mortgaging them again, and we're using it to spend on covering our deficit of spending over income, because that's effectively what we're doing. And in terms of the beach hut wheeze, you know, we're being asked, you know, this whole budget is based on raising £50 million from this deal, and yet there is no detailed plan. There is no evidence to show this at all, and we're being asked to approve it somehow, and I think that's wrong. I wanted to actually congratulate Councillor O'Neill for asking a very, very wise question about investments and borrowing. And saying that in many places, the place is looking a bit tired, and we should be investing money in improving our infrastructure. But that's not what we're raising the money for. We're raising the money to cover a deficit in our expenditure. I would be ahead of the charge if you were borrowing more money to invest in our infrastructure. Absolutely, we should be doing that, but we're not doing that. That's not what's happening. We're actually using that money to cover our deficits. You know, the leader talks about, you know, being more ambitious. Well, we're certainly being more ambitious in incurring more debt. That's for sure. And as for keep going on about the fact that we're at the lower end of the debt schedule, well, just because the middle end isn't, that's just a statistical average. It's not a target. You know, and that's what this current administration seems to be hanging on, is that medium point is a target. And if we start charging towards that medium level, then that medium level will go up again, as with other councils. It'll carry on going up and up and up. So, you know, the leader is constantly, he's not, I disagree with Councillor Hell, he's not dropped it in passing. He's used the phrase again and again that we are abundant. We have an abundance of assets, and that's absolutely right. We do have an abundance of assets, and what we're doing now is mortgaging those assets, well, in one way or another, through various financial schemes, to pay for the current deficit that we have in spending. I don't know how many times I have to say this, that's what it's doing, and I congratulate Councillor Dedman for raising a good point in that this is not council money versus residents' money. This is all the residents' money. Actually, we just happen to have a bit set aside in order that we can provide services for those residents in hopefully an efficient way. And so we shouldn't the leader actually talks about £11 million being given back to the residents. Well, it's not actually. It's just being moved from one pot to another pot, and actually by denuding the pot to provide services now and in the future, then we're doing the residents no good whatsoever. I also seem to hear the mantra from the leader that he wants to do it the right way, not the rushed way. It's almost, it feels like a "let's get Brexit done" expression. That it's there covering up other failings, and as far as I can see, it's covering up failings to make the failings to make the proper savings. And again, the expression keeps coming back. We're investing £25 million extra in children's services and adult social care, and I'm sure we are in some respects. But I'm also equally sure that we're using that money to cover wasted expenditure that we didn't need to have, and that's the problem. You keep talking about investment in children's services and investment in adult social care, but in actual fact, you're wasting money in many respects, and you should not. You should be looking to control your costs before actually taking the checkbook out and asking the bank to cover your excess expenditure. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. I mean, we clearly have a divide in a philosophical approach to the way. Sorry.
Just one other point, which I meant to start on, actually, was that you've said that the previous administration was selling off assets. Nobody was selling off non-surplus assets. As far as I was concerned, the previous administration, which I was not on the cabinet team for, were not selling, and it would have been opposed if they had done by the Unity Alliance. We were not selling off non-surplus assets. That was absolutely key. And the more I appreciate you keep saying this. It's a bit like you keep telling people that we tried to delete the climate change budget when we didn't. And it's quite clear in paragraph 12 of the budget that we weren't. We just put it on hold in a responsible way as part of the pandemic. Sometimes you often say, if you tell a lie often enough, people believe it. Well, you've told an awful lot of porkies in this budget, as far as I can see, and previously.
Can we just stick to the budget, because actually we're talking about history now, and the number of times I've heard this comment about selling assets in the previous administration, we're going to do that. Oh no, we weren't. Yes, we were, and it's been going backwards and forwards for months. I'm sick of hearing about it, to be honest. Can we just stick to the budget? Thank you, Leader. Do you want to come back?
I think you'd expect I might do, Chair. I think personally, I think I've just been called a liar or porcupines, which I think I'd like you to take back in your next comment, because I can't find where that's substantiated. Another thing I'd like to challenge you on, Mike Cox, Councillor Cox, is around wasting money. You talk about you're investing in children's and adult services. No, what you're actually doing, you're wasting money. Absolutely, I don't take that. I am absolutely, every penny we're investing in our vulnerable adults and children is money that we want to invest and spend, and it's for vulnerable people that need it and deserve it, and that's what we're going to stand in front of whilst delivering low council tax. You did talk about the climate investment. Let's just say what we have done. Let's not talk about what was done historically. We have put £480,000 of recurring money into that. But then what we've actually done, and very interestingly, we haven't had one comment on it tonight. We put £20 million, funding for a climate fund. So we are, as a matter of fact, the politicians in this room talking about delivering for our climate and ecological emergency in a way that the previous administration didn't even ever remotely go close to. You talked about you're not saving £11 million of council tax money, or just moving it from one pot to another. You're absolutely right. Actually, we are moving it from one pot to another. We're moving it from our, from BCP account. We're keeping it in the pot of their pockets. Because we are, as a matter of fact, we have saved over £7 million last year, and we'll be saving £4 million recurring this year. So absolutely right. If you spoke before, at the last budget meeting around your plan for the budget, which was to charge more council tax. Fine, go to the electorate with that. What we are doing is low debt, low tax, high investment, high ambition. It's a really clear choice, and that's a choice I'll take to the electorate. You can vote for a Conservative, administration who's delivering that, or you can vote for a Liberal Democrat administration that was delivering the opposite. I've been absolutely clear. We will be selling less assets, and we will be investing more assets. I'm talking about what we are doing now, rather than what you've done, which I think should come across this. But what else you also said is you're not investing in the area. You're not investing in our infrastructure. Absolutely wrong. We're doing two things. We're investing in our organisation to deliver £50 million of recurring savings, for which everyone will benefit from. But we're also absolutely investing in our infrastructure. We're investing in cleaner, greener, safer. Millions and millions of pounds more going into more CSAS officers, which 2 years ago your administration didn't accept as a worthwhile extra in investment. All the money we're putting into regeneration, which is what is that if it's not investment in our assets in our area? We are massively investing in our area. We are delivering it we're keeping £11 million worth of council taxpayers' money in council taxpayers' pockets. And we're doing that because Councillor Tony O'Neill is absolutely right. We have the right level of ambition for Bournemouth, Christchurch and Paul.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I wondered how long this good behaviour was going to last this evening, because, as anticipated, any provocative, unduly provocative statements has resulted in a very provocative response. Now, can we just, we've got still another two items to get through. Can we just please remember what I said at the beginning? Let's not politicise this. Let's focus on the papers. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, a point of order, Councillor Cox.
Yes, you asked for the right comments, and so I wanted to apologise to you personally, because I certainly didn't mean to, but I was riled at the time. So if there was any intention, then I do apologise. However, I will sincerely apologise to the leader if he can show me that that these statements made by his deputy previously about the Unity Alliance cutting the climate change. If he didn't say that, then I apologise profusely. But I know he did say that, and so and the fact that it's not true. Paragraph 12 in your budget papers clearly says that. So I do apologise. I didn't mean to rile anybody up. So I do apologise for that to you. But I'm only trying to state matters which have clearly been put in the public domain time and time again, and yet are clearly in these papers to show that it's not true.
Can we just leave this one, please, Leader, and move on to Councillor Stribley? Thank you. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate the points that's been made. We all have different points of view and different concerns. And throwing insults and innuendos doesn't help anyone. I did send a number of questions to the leader earlier, and he has responded, but I've been unable to open his response. So apologies for that, Drew. And I haven't been able to send back to you to say I couldn't open the response because of the signals being no good. I do have some concerns about, if you like, the detail of the system. We are proposing, and I should perhaps declare an interest, I'm a beach hut tenant and you can talk to me if you wish. And I've just had the bill for next year and I shall have to pay £2,647. But if I wanted to go to a Premier beach hut, I could pay £5,775 per year. It is a bit eye-watering, especially in this sort of weather when you know you're paying quite a large sum of a couple of £100 a week and it's too cold to go down and enjoy it. But there you are. Sorry, £200 a month or whatever, not quite a week. not quite that bad. If this company is set up, how is it acquiring the beach huts? What consideration is it giving to the council for them? And where does that money come from? Who will be the directors of such an organisation? And will they receive any remuneration from the council? We hear, I don't know how many hundreds of beach huts we've got, but it must be several hundreds, if not into the 1,000 or more. We get net £6.1 million a year. Now, in the old days, when Pool's portion wasn't nearly as large as that, all the returns from the beach huts used to fund all the recreational issues and infrastructure on the seafront, etc., etc. But once the beach hut money started to go into the general pool, that pays for children's services or goes towards it and towards everything else. Now, I wouldn't mind borrowing the money if I knew it was for capital, which would produce a larger income. But I'm a little concerned if we're going out to borrow money to pay our running costs. And I'm not an accountant. I used to teach bookkeeping, but that's quite a different animal altogether. I know how delighted Christchurch residents must be at their lowering council tax. Pool's council tax, of course, is going up more because we were the lowest in the area. So we've done the catch up faster than anyone else. The beach hut tenants want to know what controls there will be on the future rent rises or license rises, they're rents really. If it's going to be around the level of inflation, whatever that might be, that would be fair enough. But if we've turned them over to a company and they are the council's assets, the people's assets, if we've turned them over to a company, a business, businesses are there to make profits. How are they going to make profits out of beach huts? Are the rents going to be so exorbitant that they will in fact all go to out-of-town people who to go with their weekend holiday home and a beach hut to boot? A number of beach hut tenants have expressed those concerns to me, and we don't know the answers. I think if we knew all the answers, we might feel a lot more confident about it. And the council doesn't have an abundance of assets. The council holds assets which belong to the people of Poole. The mayoral chains are worth a fortune, but they belong to every single resident. We take care of them for the residents of Poole. And it's the same with other buildings and things that we have. And I'm sorry if I'm being a bit thick about it, but I really need some reassurance that the beach huts will come back to the council at some point in the future, that they will be run in a similar, maybe a slightly better way, because the repair and maintenance has been absolutely abysmal. And so I went down this week for the first time since just after Christmas. And whilst rubbish which had been there for more than a year had been cleared up, they'd also been up removing growth and stuff from the parapets, but just left that all along the floor. They're not very well run at the moment, and a company would need to know where its money was coming from in order to improve that service. So for me, there's a lot of unanswered questions, and in theory, yes, it sounds nice and easy. I'm not sure that it's the sort of thing Adam, Mr. Richards or Mr. Fount would recommend if they were running it and this hadn't been pushed in front of them. I don't know, and I still don't have those answers. So I am concerned, and it has nothing to do with politics on any side whatsoever.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. And you're certainly not thick. In fact, you're asking the same questions that most ordinary people would ask about this arrangement. So maybe the leader would like to come back to you.
That's where I've heard most of the questions, Chairman.
Thank you, and yeah, absolutely, would love to, Chair. And I think actually, as we get into more detail of this, there's quite a lot of speculation there, and and I'm absolutely comfortable to say if that speculation is completely incorrect. And as we get to more detail through it, we will get, we will be able to assure everybody of that. I'd be delighted to speak to you. And where I did spend one Christmas morning at your beach hut, I'm well aware you are a beach hut tenant. Okay, so you've got a lot of questions, Anne, and you mentioned you've emailed me today. I have actually answered, I think, all of these questions in the email I sent you earlier. So hopefully you'll have some comfort when you're able to log on to those messages. In brief, if I can, Anne, you asked what consideration we'd get with £54 million on day one, which is a third-party funding. Who would be directors? Whoever we would choose to be would be the controllers of the company. So anybody who we wanted to be. Would anybody be remunerated for it? Well, I certainly don't get remunerated, and on our Future Places board, and nor does any of the other council directors there. So nearly definitely not. Mostly it would be the same staff delivering the services there. What it also funds, it funds a £50 million saving, so it does fund a revenue saving. This is a clear, really important point here. We're talking about £50 million of investment, which means we will be able to deliver a £50 million, so £1 billion over 20 years, recurring every year forever, saving in terms of our council tax. It is very much my ambition that it would be an investment in these assets, so that all beach hut owners will be pleased around the fact that we'll be able to, for once, and really invest in these assets. You mentioned about Pool's council tax, and it had, Pool for years had the lowest council tax in Dorset. Now it's got the equal lowest council tax in Dorset because BCP has the lowest council tax in Dorset, and I'm really pleased to be able to say in this budget Pool are receiving equally the 1.99% benefit. So Bournemouth, Christchurch and Pool are all receiving 1.99% benefit in council tax this year. Businesses are set up to make profit. Well, not necessarily. Our businesses are set up to do what we want them to do. Whether that's Seascape Homes, whether that's Future Places. Future Places is absolutely not set up in itself to generate profit. That's set up to advise the council on what to do with its assets and its regeneration. You're right in the fact we do have some assets, and of value, and we're custodians of them. Absolutely agree with that, Anne. So yes, let's not sell them. Let's invest in them. Let's provide better services, and let's deliver better services for our council. When will we get the assets back? Well, we're never going to lose the assets because we're going to put them into a company which we're going to own and control. At the end of a 20-year period, there will be free to either be sort of come back fully into the council or stay in the company that the council owns. Apologies, and I've whittled through those quite quickly because of the time, but you asked a lot of questions. More than happy to, if there's any I haven't quite got through, if you'd like to ask them again now, I'm more than happy to do that, or to have further conversations as we bring the paper through in the first quarter of next year. I hope that helps.
Could I have some response as to the likely level of rent increases? Will they be controlled, or could they go skyrocket?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be in no more likely than if to do that now, Anne. So no, it certainly wouldn't be my intention to do that. I think what we are saying is about sort of commercialising our assets, and because we can invest more. We're talking about looking at some electrification along the prom. We're looking at laying fibre. So we might be able to offer other services, to sort of commercialise our wider investment more. But there's no if we could put the prices of the bit shops up now or not exactly the same way as we could in this new structure. So there should be zero fear of that happening. Ultimately, we will stay 100%. BCP Council will stay 100% accountable to do that. There is no need to just put beach hut rates up higher than inflation. And it's no different to how we could or should do it now. We would be 100% in control of that decision.
Thank you, Councillor Slade, and I really this must be the last one now. Thank you.
So either the leader has just made all of that up off the top of his head, or there is a report that is being withheld, because the paper clearly states that there is no business case, and all of the information around this beach hut proposal is going to come to us at some time after the budget meeting. If all of that you have just said, and which I will go back and I will transcribe because I will expect it to be taken as fact, is fact, then where's the report? Because the report should be with the budget. We've been clearly told, and I have an email that backs up the fact that this information has not yet been decided. It also states, as I said earlier, that we will wholly or majority own the company. So you can't give any 100% guarantees that 100% of it will be controlled by the council, because you've actually said it might be a majority owned company. And a majority owned company could be 51%. Now, you've said tonight it's going to be a charity, but it doesn't say that in the report. And the assurance I've had so far is that there is not a report yet, and we don't yet know, and we haven't decided. And if we're going to be passing the responsibility over to this company, and they haven't decided who's going to have the maintenance responsibilities yet, because it hasn't been decided yet, how can you guarantee 100% that the council will be providing the fibre, and will be electrifying, and will be refurbing, and all the rest of it? Honestly, Councillor Mellor, it's just I'm in shock. However, I would like an answer, please, from the Section 151 officer. The report talks about generating a dividend, which will then come back to the council. If we're generating a dividend, then a dividend suggests that there's going to be profit, because you don't pay a dividend if there's a profit. Therefore, this company is presumably going to expect to be paying tax. Tax it would not be paying if it was just the council, because the council doesn't pay tax. So, Section 151 officer, Mr. Richards, can you please tell me why we're setting up a company to go and pay tax and a dividend when we don't need to do it in the first place, and we can't offer any of the assurances that Councillor Stribley and all the other beach hut tenants would like, unless we can offer the assurances? And if we can offer the assurances, why haven't we been presented with a paper that details all of that?
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Leader.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a clear question for Adam Richards, so I'll let Adam answer that. There is no paper that's written on this today, but I can make those comments because I'm the leader of this council, and and we will be in control of what we bring forward. We know exactly what we're trying to do. We know what we're bringing forward. You talk about how can I say we'll be 100% in control? Well, control means you're in control of it. So even if you were 51% in control, you're in control of the decision, 100% in control of the decision. So hopefully that's clear. And by all means, if we are not 100% in control of the company, sorry, 100% owner of the company, it will be, mere percentages either way. The detail will follow, Councillor Slade, and I look very much forward to it. But I do know what we're setting out to do here, and that's because I'm standing in front of bringing this forward, and I'm leading this council, and I am saying we can invest in our assets, we can deliver a better product to the people like Councillor Stribley who give their hard-earned money to us, for that service, and we can do it at a time when we're investing in children's and adult services, which your finance leaders described as a waste of money, effectively. So I'm very happy with what we're doing as a Conservative administration in terms of improving our assets, improving the life chances of people in BCP, and doing that whilst delivering £11 million, not taken out of our residents' pockets.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Coles, did you want to make a proposal or recommendation?
Is it possible for Section 151 officer to answer the question, please? Would he mind?
Sorry, it's just I saw a little message flash in front of me saying something about a recommendation. I'm sorry, I'm double tasking here. Not possible for a man, apparently, according to my wife. Mr. Richards.
Chair, I think I would refer the member to Section 78 of the report, because clearly this is a key assumption that's been made as part of this budget. And as we've discussed tonight, there are many assumptions. And in Appendix 3 to the report, I clearly give my view on a number of those key assumptions and the risks associated with them. When Section 78 of the report, what we refer to the fact that a separate formal report will be brought forward to Council for Council approval in the first quarter of 22-23, and that will be brought forward following further due diligence on some of the aspects that have been discussed tonight, including the value for money assessment. And Council can expect that to come forward in normal rate arrangements, through Cabinet, through overview and scrutiny, and on to Council for consideration after Cabinet's due reflection on it. So that's the process. But at this moment in time, it's the assumption, along with a number of assumptions on which the budget is being proposed.
So the question I actually wanted to ask was, if a company is making a dividend, is expecting to make a dividend, does that mean that that company is therefore making profit and therefore would be liable as a separate company to pay tax, as opposed to the council, which is not liable to pay tax because the council can't make a profit?
You're right in the sense that the council doesn't have to pay tax, and private companies would normally have to pay tax. However, there would be part of that due diligence would be get behind that to really understand it, and hopefully when the report comes forward, it would clarify that position for you.
I guess that could depend on the structure of the company and the way it's actually formed. Okay, Councillor Cox, have you got a recommendation you wanted to put forward to the board?
Yes, I'd like to put forward a recommendation which keeps number 1 and then deletes everything after paragraph 1, and says that the ONS committee expresses its concern over the disposal of the beach hutch into an SPV and requests the Cabinet think again and look for more options to reduce risk, increase savings and increase sustainable income. I have to put that in an email too. Sorry, I haven't. Which folder? Let's get in the car.
I was just wondering whether that's the two parts of that or not, and whether they ought to be considered separately or not. I don't know what people's views are, whether they are integrated together or not. I'd just like to ask Councillor Cox whether he thinks that those are two different elements that might be voted on separately, in that or whether it's all integral into one motion. I'm not saying either way, really. It's just a question.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. I think we're all getting a bit tired. So how do you want to address this now, Councillor Cox?
I just want to put that forward as a proposal.
Okay,
to amend the recommendation.
Can we all see what you're actually, the words in right?
Is there a group that I can send it round to? Yeah, so. No.
I think we've got the gist of what you were saying, Councillor Cox, but you know, it is a recommendation, so we've got to make sure that we all understand exactly what the wording is. Got it. Yes, committee expresses its concern. The ONS committee expresses its concern over the disposal of the beach huts into an SPV and requests the Cabinet to think again and look for more options to reduce risk, increasing savings and increase sustainable income. Okay, so that's the recommendation.
Just
Councillor Devon.
I'm so sorry, Chairman. I have looked at it on somebody else's machine now. Is that the one recommendation that is going from this committee to Cabinet?
If that's the only one that's been put forward, Councillor Devon, then
well,
yes.
I would certainly think it's very mealy-mouthed worded, which is unusual for Councillor Cox. We're not only concerned about this beach hut mark, are we? I'm concerned about the whole thing. I would prefer, you know, something a bit bigger. So, well,
at the moment, this recommendation has been put. If you want to put another one, but
yeah.
Councillor Cox.
Can I just respond to Councillor Dedmond and my accusation of being mealy-mouthed? I certainly didn't want to be mealy-mouthed. The idea of the second half of the paragraph is to say that it's not us that's going to make these decisions, it's Cabinet. And we're asking Cabinet to look for savings, we're asking Cabinet to look for more options for increasing income, and so that's.
Sorry, Chairman, I don't mean to quibble, although I am quibbling. What I mean is I don't want Cabinet to have another look at just the beach hut situation. I want Cabinet to have a look at the whole ethos, and if Councillor Cox could just say the whole budget or something, I would be happier. Bearing in mind we'll get it voted down anyway.
Yeah. I mean, clearly there are aspects of the budget which will be acceptable, but it is the philosophy of the way that capital is being raised in order to pay for the transformation costs, essentially, or revenue costs, and that's the essence of it, which is a philosophical issue. Councillor, I leave it to you, Councillor Cox, if you want to take on board what Councillor Devon said.
I agree, but we're likely to get in. I agree with Catherine on a lot of things, and I agree. But the problem with going into specifics is that everybody will have a different idea of what's. So I think the second half of the panel to think again about the way the whole budget is constructed, and that's what that's the idea. So I'll leave it as this.
Yes. Okay. Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Stribley, it really is very distracting when the two people having a private meeting when we're trying to have a discussion over here. Councillor O'Neill.
I think we agree we would have liked to have seen more information here, but I think Mr. Richards actually explained the process of some of the questions that are in the report will be clarified, debated at Cabinet, and then presented at Council. And at Council there will be a significant opportunity to debate and to take a vote. And I'm quite happy under the circumstances with that process. The answers aren't all here. We've raised the questions, but I would certainly expect to see those gets to Council.
I understand that, Councillor O'Neill, but of course the issue here is not just about raising capital, it's whether the alternative would be to increase the council tax, and where the whole philosophy of the approach in the budget is being brought into question, and I think that's what's being said. But, you know, Councillor Cox has made the recommendation. If someone wants to make another one, then please say. Councillor Slade.
Yeah, as I say, I've seconded the recommendation, and just speaking to the amendment, I hear what Councillor O'Neill is saying, and I do understand it. However, by the time we get into Q1 of 22-23, the bill has been passed, and if at that point people then realise that this is going to have devastating effects for people in the beach huts, and let's face it, you know, this is just about beach huts at the moment. But as the beach huts are not being sold, but they are an asset, there's no reason to suppose that if this is a method that we're going to use in the future to generate capital from the assets that we're keeping, and it's proven to be not workable, that will have a devastating effect on the budget. And that's why I think we need to have the report before we go. And that's why I've supported the amendment, and I don't think we should wait until the next financial year to do so.
Thanks, Councillor Slade. I mean, one thing I will point out that the report does say that if there is an issue about you know, the beach huts, then the budget will have to be. It qualifies it. It does say it in the report that it's not set in concrete. And if it doesn't work out, then we've got to look at the budget again. It says that in the report. So I'm not really sure where this takes us. But I have no objection to you pursuing this, Councillor Cox, and it's been seconded. I think I'm probably at the point now where we need to take it to the vote.
I'll just wind up by saying that the council leader does not have plan B. He said it. He said he doesn't have. This is plan A, plan B, and plan C, and therefore that's why we're asking them to just think again, because we do. You know, if it doesn't work out to the way we want it to, if Councillor Stribley is hopping mad, I'm just saying. Once you know the detail, you might be hopping mad. Then actually, you know, there is an option. There is a plan B.
Okay, members, we have a recommendation that's been made and seconded. I think we all know what it is, unless you'd like me to read it out again. You're all shaking your head. Okay, so those for the motion to make. Those against? I didn't count them. Against? Yeah, I'm abstaining.
That's 7 against.
7 against. Okay, so that's not carried. Okay. So I think I'm going to draw. Sorry? Have you? I haven't seen it.
There as well.
So that from Councillor Howe, that the administration develop a plan B in the event the government cancels the FUCR regs or amends them, leaving a hole up to 54 million in the 22-23 budget. Develops the plan. Okay, so that's the recommend. Do we have a second? Councillor Devon is seconding that. Okay, do we want any discussion on this recommendation? It would appear not. In case we go to the vote on it. Okay, so those are for the motion. Those against? Okay, I'm for the motion. The motion's carried. Right. I think, members, it's now time to move on to the next section. The should be the budget monitoring Q3 report. Is the leader still with us?
Yes, just Chair. Thank you. Like me to go to the next paper, Chair?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Great. Okay, I'll introduce this relatively briefly. We've obviously all got a report in front of us. The key message is the overspend has been reduced. Still significant pressure in terms of our frontline services, largely related to COVID impact. We're seeing still seeing a lot more through our front door across adults and children. We talked about the provision. I think that's one of material movement in this from the last quarter, the provision in relation to BDC. So it's about £5.2 million, but we discussed that previously, Chair, so I won't go over it again. Again, we've positively performed in terms of sales fees and charges. I think that's in the context of just setting a budget paper. That does in itself prove that there was some significant prudence in relation to how we set the last budget around sales fees and charges. So hopefully should give us confidence again going forward. You'll be aware we gave us what's called our tranche 5 money, nearly £10 million, which was effectively a COVID reserve. We haven't, even with the £5 million provision that we're choosing to take, that still leaves £3.3 million of that tranche 5 money to carry forward. Which we've used the phrase a few times today, balance or better, but we're now in a very strong position to look to balance or better this budget, Chair. Sorry, not this budget, the outturn for 21-22. Any questions? Be delighted to answer them, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Members, any questions on the monitoring report? Q3. Councillor Cox.
It's not really a question. It's we've already been through this. I'm not going to spend terribly long on it. And it's just that I noticed that you haven't referred to the £3 million that we're missing out of the transformation. Or £3 to £4 million we're missing out of transformation. The failure to actually make the savings, which only a few months ago you said you were going to make, which speaks volumes as far as I'm concerned to your ability to make the savings in the future. I really do. I'm very concerned about the whole transformation agenda. And maybe someday soon we need to be thinking about, will these ever appear? Will these transformation savings ever appear? And it's a bit like the old fable about the king walking around naked and somebody eventually having to turn around to him and say, you do realise you're naked. And that's what's going to happen here. If these transformation savings do not happen, and we've already made, the leader's quite right, we've already made £40-odd million of savings through the LGR process. But these were the easy savings. These were the low-hanging fruit. And the next ones are going to be much, much harder. And I have to say, given the current administration's ability to fail with one project after another project after another project, I do have significant concerns that they are going to fail yet again at the transformation budget, and that they will end up driving this authority into bankruptcy if that's the case.
In terms of the outturn, are you saying that the outturn as forecast quarter 3 is questionable? Because we've already been told that.
I think the outturn. I'm sure I have every confidence that Mr. Richings has produced a very accurate report. I'm just saying the underlying features of that state that we've actually we've overspent by over £9 million in our current budget, and we've managed to cover that through reserves and other grants. And these are not long-term grants. These are not sustainable ones. They're just one-offs. Yet we've actually added another £9 million worth to our spending, and yet again we are not living within our means.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Leader.
Please, thank you very much, Chair. What I've said historically is that we will make a balanced budget. We've just had a really reasonable discussion on transformation, and I'm saying now, because of our financial position has improved so much, we're able to make a more positive choice about effectively a reset of the transformation programme, and not so much a transformation programme, but some of the savings we were needing to make at various points of the last 18 months because the finances weren't in as good a position because of COVID. Two things have happened. There's been a change of administration and a change of financial policy through that, and the government have come over the hill and provided us with a significant investment, which means we can now reset the transformation programme, deliver it in the right way, not the rushed way. If we talk about track record of who should be listened to or trusted in these discussions, I believe it was the last time we looked at his paper. Councillor Cox said we should actually cancel all of our any other spending entirely because we wouldn't balance the budget. Well, we have balanced the budget, and we are balancing the budget, and we're able to do that with going forward without putting any more money into the core base of council tax. Where we have overspent this year, it's been entirely around the extra pressures we've got, primarily in children, because we've seen a significant rise in the amount of children that are vulnerable after lockdown, something we were saying in opposition we needed to be aware of and put extra funds into, and that we did do. And that's entirely why the government gave us a grant of £9.9 million for COVID pressures this year. Interesting, but it nearly entirely matches our service overspends in children's and adults. So the government have entirely provided us for that overspend in terms of COVID. But I repeat, this administration is not going to shy away from investing in our vulnerable children and our vulnerable adults. We're going to do that. We have done that, and then we balance the books.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Slade.
Thank you. Of course, we must keep on spending on our adults and children. There's absolutely no way anyone is going to disagree with that. There was a suggestion earlier that we wouldn't support that, and I think you are wrong in making that suggestion. Where I have concerns, and I've raised them, is if we are they are demand-led services. Clearly, you've got particularly children who we've learnt about who are suffering real complex needs and vulnerabilities, and we have to respond to that and give the care that we need, which means that to say that it cannot go above 2.99% income increase next year is barking mad, because we've spent 9.9 million over. so far in children's, and a 2.99% increase would mean next year we could only spend 2.3 million over. So what concerns me is you can't have it both ways. We're going to spend this money over. We have to accept that we're spending more than we've got, and you know, and accept it rather than saying that we're not going to allow it. In adults, though, it sounds like a different story altogether. And what concerns me about the figures on adults is it states that there is a projected employee saving of 1 million resulting from vacancies that have not been filled due to workforce shortages. Those workforce shortages means that elderly and vulnerable people are going without care, or they're going with, you know, less adequate care, or the carers are having to struggle to actually provide care in an unpaid way. If they are workforce shortages, then that suggests that they need to be filled. And if we can't fill them, presumably that means the market price for that job is going to have to increase. It is, after all, a really underpaid and undervalued provision. So it's great that you've got 1 million saving in that area, but surely we're going to then see an overspend later on in trying to fill that gap because the market has changed. And I'm just wondering whether we're setting this up for this side of it to get worse, or alternatively that we're actually going to be leaving our vulnerable elderly people, you know, short of care. And it does worry me. I'm just wondering if I have your thoughts on that.
Yeah, quite right, and it's a perfectly reasonable thing for us to discuss. One thing I just will hopefully give you some comfort. You talk about 2.99% next year. You know, next year we're quite clearly saying in the budget, and we're actually not on the budget paper now, but just to go back to it, a £12.6 million investment in children's next year, and then there will be effectively a £12 million service-based transformation layer that we will look to deploy to better serve that service going forward. So hopefully that clarity is useful. You talk about we do have very real pressures in terms of wage inflation around our staff, particularly, you know, in the care environment as well. So we need to look at how we can you know, plan for that and work with that going forward. Some innovative ways we're doing now. Really trying to look at different recruitment options and different grey roam, you know, strategies, partnering with BU. We've got some really interesting work coming through Tricuro on that, but it's a valid point and one we're taking seriously. It's one of the reasons why I think with our increased financial position, you know, and our increased financial strength, we've been able to say, well, actually, net nil cost of pay and reward isn't the right way to go for our staff. We actually need to invest further into our staff, and that's why, you know, there's a I forget the decimal, but over £9 million investment in our core staff cost going forward in the 5-year MTFP. You know, we are talking about the outturn report here in terms of the Q3. One thing I do need to say, you know, I think, Chair, is that, you know, we've had one Liberal Democrat talk about you need to make savings, you need to make changes to savings in children's and adults, and then, you know, Councillor started saying, you know, we don't need to make, you know, we don't need to make savings there. You need to, you know, we could do with some clarity here. So I very much look forward to the Liberal Democrat or the Unity Alliance, whichever one is the foremost, to, you know, their budget proposals, because I think effectively Councillor Cox and Councillor Sled might be arguing slightly different points. Thank you.
Okay, no doubt we'll see that.
Can I just come back and say I was referring to the Q3 budget report. I'm getting a bit fed up of this political, you know, chairs asked not to do it. I haven't done it.
Okay, Councillor Howell.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to come back on. Seems to be getting some echo. Maybe it's the water bottle. I come back on young people, because from how you hear the leader speak, it would seem that everything is hunky-dory in the world of young people in BCP. But we had a briefing this week last week on as councillors on complex children, and we also spoke about children who were perhaps on the way to being complex complex. Some children who are in danger of getting lost. Children that just need a bit more support and guidance outside the school framework. And there is a massive disparity in terms of the offering of youth clubs and similar provision across BCP. And some areas are well served, but those that aren't well served, which include Pooltown and Hamworthy, have been left for years and years by Poole Council, more than this council, simply by measure of time. It's not good enough, especially after COVID, and young people have had to put up with an awful lot when they're not the ones primarily affected. We really need to start taking up responsibility for this. I was pleased to hear that the chief...
Councillor Howell, can I just interrupt a moment? I'm just questioning what this has got to do with this budget monitoring at quarter three.
I mean,
what you're talking about is children's services, and maybe the children's
If you
ONS,
just give me half a minute, I'll finish.
You've already had quite a few minutes, actually, but the children's ONS would seem to be the appropriate place to be discussing exactly what you've raised. This isn't a quarter three report.
The point, if I could just wind up, the point is that there's a mapping exercise which has been launched, which we will hope with the view of trying to identify what services are missing across. It's a bit shocking that we don't know already, but that is going to result in a cost to the council, assuming the council decides to do something about it and plug those holes. So, I think down the line, if we're being responsible, there's going to be some significant cost coming through the pipeline, additionally for children. So, thank you.
Thank you, but those are not associated with the monitoring at quarter three report. And that's an issue I think should be taken up with the Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So was there anybody else? No, in that case, I'm going to draw this debate to a close. I think we'll have 5 minutes before we go on to the last one, because I think everybody probably needs a quick break. Thank you. Okay. Okay, agenda, we're still on the same agenda, but we've got the, it should be the strategy report. I know, I think one, yeah. Agenda item 6, scrutiny of the corporate strategy cabinet report. I call upon the leader of the council to present his report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I'll be pretty brief in terms of introductions. Everybody's got the corporate strategy which has been circulated. So we've now been in administration for over a year. What we tried to do initially was to take the responsible decision of effectively running. You know, we were in the middle of a pandemic. We thought it was really the responsible action to run with the existing corporate strategy. The organisation didn't need a change in it, and it was a good corporate strategy that we'd supported largely as a group. As we've worked through that, you know, the one part that we thought really needed to be more brought to the fore was, and I think we've talked about it tonight, is, you know, a raised level of ambition. That's why we initially overlaid the big plan, which has got 5 key main areas, and then with the people at the heart of it, with children, communities and culture. So what we've now done is taken the time to work those big plan, you know, priorities and levels of ambition into the corporate strategy, largely unchanged. You know, in terms of some of the core things, such as respecting the work that was done in the original strategy. You know, and effectively you'll see the detail there in terms of the delivery plans as well. So, Chair, I think probably more reflects now, you know, this administration and the level of ambition in it, whilst also respecting the work of the original document. So, very happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you, Leader. Okay, members. Anybody? No? You want to speak? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. I was a bit concerned that everyone would be exhausted after the budget, so I made a point of reading the corporate strategy report so that somebody was going to speak on it. It's actually more a number of questions, if that's okay, because I'm just raised with a number of questions from it. I've gone through the paper and you know, yes, there's lots of tweaks and little updates, which is great, but a few of the things jumped out at me, and if I just take them by the area, that would be the best way. Under sustainable, what the actual phrases were now, I'm exhausted. The sustainable category, there's 2 things in there that I just wanted to ask a question on. One of them, it states that all council electricity will be from a renewable source by 2022. I thought that the Christchurch street lighting was under a long-term contract and therefore could not be moved to a renewable provider until significantly after that. So I was wondering if you could confirm whether that has changed, or whether actually we aren't able to say that all council electricity will be covered by 2022. And also under that one, it also states that the council will be unifying all of its waste provision, including the provision of household waste and food waste, by April 2023. My understanding is that the reason that hasn't been done to date is because the government have not yet determined how they're going to do that. I know that there was an intention that the Environment Act would bring food waste forward for everyone by 2023, but they've equally said, I think it was one of the Secretary of State said that there wasn't going to be funding for it until 2025. And so it was a bit up in the air because we weren't going to do it until we got funding. But if the funding's not coming to 2025, can you give us an assurance that the people of Poole will definitely have food waste by April 2023? Because I will be celebrating that. But it's the first we've actually had it confirmed, despite asking lots of times. On the dynamic section, a dynamic economy, I think it was, there's a lot there about the future of the winter gardens. And it suggests that by the
within the next year or so, we're going to be determining the future of the winter gardens. Now, I have read in the paper that one of the MPs had an idea that we should actually, put the BIC on the winter garden site and then build flats on the BIC site. But I didn't realise that was a formal proposal of the council, and it does strike me as slightly worrying or slightly risky that we've just got £5.2 million at risk from the Winter Gardens BDC, and now we're potentially saying, well, maybe we'll let that planning permission expire and start all over again. There's presumably going to be a lot of risk and cost for Morgan Sindall if we decide to do that. So I'm interested to know what that actually means in the corporate strategy, the risks of non-progression. The other thing which is in this paper is the adoption of the local plan by April 2023, but the local plan timetable says the adoption of the local plan won't be until April 2024. So I'm assuming that that's an error. Then in community, it talks about the youth strategy will be in place by March 2022, which is in 4 weeks' time. And I don't believe it's actually coming to ONS until April. So is that a typo? It also says in Brighter Futures, the high needs block will be balanced by March 2023. Really? Because that seems incredibly ambitious and wonderful if it is, but I haven't seen much evidence of that. And then under Accountable Council, there's a lot of talk about digital tools, which I absolutely support. Digital tools, I think they're fantastic. But if you haven't read it already, I'm going to put it out there that there's an awful lot of upset right now from our residents across the 3 towns about the move to pretty much only digital tools, particularly around things like local plan, where people are pretty angry about the fact that we're not using traditional forms of engagement and we are pushing people towards digital tools when they simply don't have the skills to handle it. And so I would really like to see that phraseology expanded to say including digital tools rather than using digital tools, and being very clear about the maintenance of physical engagement, town hall, personal one-to-one street stuff to support people who need that for the foreseeable. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Okay, Leader, quite a few points there. Thank you.
Yeah, no, great, and welcome, and so thank you very much for the engagement in bringing those points. I think the waste point is a really interesting one. So obviously we are waiting on the paper from government. We do expect to get it. We talked about levelling up across the conurbation, and it's certainly the ambition to level up in terms of the food waste in Poole. And now we're making it a commitment by putting it into the corporate. With some questions around dynamic places, particularly around the winter gardens. I think I'll just pause briefly on dynamic places in general and sort of reflect on the really strong investment we've managed to bring forward, in our Future Places team, and some of the the real skill and level of further work we're actually now doing across our regeneration environment, and that's exactly designed to give, support to that whole dynamic places initiative. So hopefully that's something we can agree on sort of, across the board. But there was an ambition there around dynamic places that was there originally, and we all supported that. And now we're, really fully resourcing it. Your more specific point was around the winter garden site, some of the questions around that. Hopefully to give you some clarity, the £5.2 million is the full cost, of money spent to date on the winter gardens, and so there is no further, risk on that. What we've done is been prudent in taking that provision in full. So then we are now able to, make whatever decision we want to do in terms of that site, whether that's delivering that scheme, whether that's looking at a wider scheme. What we've now got is a Future Places team in place to really look at that and look at all of our other our other sites as well. So so hopefully that gives some comfort. I will take the point around the April 24 local plan. I imagine that must be a typo, because I think you've quite right, it does say in there April 23. I will contact the portfolio holder on that, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Slade. The youth strategy, quite clearly, you'll appreciate in terms of when these papers are drafted and how early in the cycle. But you're quite right, the youth paper is coming in April. The high needs block you talk about. Well, I come back to effectively the service-based transformation there that we're talking about, investing in the budget. We have to, as a serious priority and risk to this council, get in control of the high needs block. What we're doing is trying to make investment to do that. So that service-based transformation there, the capital, 10 million in terms of putting better quality of provision into local. So I've just had a confirmation that it is a typo. The local plan should say 2024. So I will move that as amended at cabinet. So we need to address the high needs block, and I'm not shying away from some of the difficult choices and challenges in that, but we're doing it through investment. Sorry, something picture just falling over. We're doing that in investment in the service-based transformation there, and also capital investment into schools, so that more children can be taught in an inclusion environment rather than have to travel outside of area. One point to go on in terms of your point, you're quite right actually, Councillor Slade, around the ability for people, digital, base of the council. We have an ambition to be a very, very digitally enabled council, and that's because we need to create the efficiencies that delivers. But what that also delivers is the space and the headroom for people who don't want to access digitally, or are less able to access digitally, to basically still use more traditional methods. We've talked about the budget. It didn't come up in the debate, but £1.5 million of extra money is going in to improve our customer services offering, and that is all around phone-based telephony. So allowing more people to interact with us, via the telephone. So absolutely, I think it's right to have that ambition, but we're an entirely digitally enabled authority. So those that want to contact us digitally can, but then that creates a space for those who still need or want to do face-to-face or telephone to be able to do that. So there were a lot of things in your questions. I think I've answered them, but if there's anything I haven't, Councillor Slade, please remind me, and I'll come to that now.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate you answering them. The question around the council electricity, I'm very happy if one of our environment people need to come back on that's fine. I'm relieved to hear that we can tell our residents in Poole that we will be getting food waste next year. That's really great news, and I can see Councillor Gabriel getting excited as well, so you can sense what's going to happen there. I totally understand what you're saying about improving the customer offer by phone, by releasing stuff. I was as interested in physical consultation. The local plan is the prime example. There is a lot of mistrust, actually. I don't think I'm exaggerating by calling it mistrust, that it's been made deliberately complicated to fill in all the forms online so that people, normal everyday people, I think Leslie knows who I'm talking about, normal everyday people can't possibly fill it in. And actually, having tried to respond myself to the seafront strategy, where you could only respond in certain bits, and if you flipped the page a certain way, and you couldn't just do free format your thoughts at the end, it was made so hard that even someone that's good with digital finds it hard. So it's not just about having a call centre, it's about saying, actually, we are going to have a roadshow, for things like the local plan. I think that's really important. And the only other thing I just want to say, if it's okay with you, Chair, and Councillor Mellor, is a lot of these I know there's delivery plans that sit behind these, which is great. But one of the things that we actually proposed 2 years ago was that the performance dashboards started to include these things, and not just those targets that I can see the chief exec nodding, so he remembers us having these numerous conversations. Not just the things that we statutorily have to, talk about how, what percentage of plans go through within 8 weeks, but actually the stuff that we want. Are we meeting our need levels? Are we dealing with all of the things on here? We should be able to have a dashboard that tells us how we're doing against this. And we're 2 years on from 3 years on from when we first talked about having a dashboard, 2 years on from where we said, yes, it's coming. And I don't see any evidence from here that by the time we look at this in a year's time, we're going to have that dashboard. So please, can we have the dashboard so it's easy for people to understand if we are delivering?
Leader?
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. And I had written down can get detail on that, but thank you for reminding me that was about the electricity piece. So I now understand what my notes mean more, and I will provide that detail around the electricity provisioning in Christchurch. The points are again, and I actually completely agree on the point around face-to-face ability to consult. I mean, we did stop the Turlinmore development at the time because we weren't able, under the COVID restrictions, to actually put on site face-to-face consultation. So I think that was a clear statement from this administration that we really value that, and we think we really need to make sure face-to-face consultation is something that's integral. You'll be aware, and you're at the heart of a lot of this. Our plans around customer services in terms of the libraries. So maintaining bluntly a closer proximity to where the public are, because our libraries are closer than often a lot of our civic centres were. So bringing that customer services piece, much more into the heart of our community should really enable that. And we've had, particularly the first one was done and finished. The Christchurch Library has been really well received. In terms of the provision that sort of enables and enhances right in the heart of the town centre. I'll take your point back about the difficulties in the consultations with the seafront strategy and also the local plan in terms of making sure there's face-to-face opportunities there. I'm sure there will be, but I will take that to the portfolio holder and absolutely make sure that is the case. And yes, for sure, what we need to try and do around the dashboard is take that member involvement to it as well. So we need to make sure this drives forward in a way that's really useful to what we want to check and challenge and hold to account. So again, I'll take that forward, and I know the chief executive is also keen to make that happen. Okay, so I think again that was the list of questions, but by all means, if there's anything else, I'm more than happy to come back further, Chair.
Thank you, Leader. Just before I invite Councillor Devlin, I'd like to pick up on the point that Councillor Slade has made regarding the winter gardens. It won't surprise you, I don't suppose, Leader, that I picked up on this, but there was a series of articles in the press regarding the winter gardens. Initially, we were told, yes, the work has started, and I'm thinking, oh, great, the winter gardens development is now starting. The bulldozers are in. We're knocking it down. Here we go, chaps. Next minute, we're going to have temporary restaurants on the site for some time, an indeterminate time. And I think, oh, what's going on? Then that was closely followed by another article questioning, whether we ought to be building the winter garden site out at all, and maybe there was another thing we should be doing. And clearly, that made me sort of wonder what really is going on. And for that reason, it's now on the floor plan, or they're proposed to put on the floor plan, because it really is the general public interest. Because people are starting to ask, what on earth is going on down there? And I have to say that the operator of BIC wasn't extremely delighted when these articles were in the press either, because he knew nothing of it at the time and was getting a lot of calls from the promoters of the various shows that used the BIC. So it was a bit unnerving for them. But just a point on the cost, the 5 million. I mean, I'm assuming that is the sort of direct cost incurred today. But I'm wondering, does it also include the interest, accrued interest on the loan notes that are offered by the partner companies? And also, does it cover the interest payments on the loan borrowed to buy the land for the Winter Garden site? You know, if you don't have that information down, Leader, you know, I won't die in a ditch on it, but, you know, this is a complex issue, clearly. And that's why I think it's worthy of further debate, and that's why I'm proposing to put it on the full plan at some time. So, if you don't mind, I'll ask Councillor Dedman to come in. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful piece of work. It's got all the buzzwords that we are used to seeing. And there's one piece on page 308. We are going to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all. Now that's like something Miss World would say, but I'm very glad to hear that this is part of our levelling up goal. Also on page 308, and this, I'm sorry, Chairman, this is totally and utterly nitpicking, but I can't let it go. On page 308, column 3, it needs a comma in paragraph 7. BCP Council recognises, and then it says learning, and it should be learning, comma, health and well-being, economic and social, all that stuff. Totally agree with that. I think that is so important, and I'm so glad that's in there, because we have a world-beating orchestra, the BSO, and so yes, we really, really do need to push that, and I'm very glad to see it. The only other things I was going to put out there, I'm not going to, because I think we've left it a bit late. If it comes back, that would be really handy, because I think there's a lot in here that we need to drill down into, to use a phrase. So thank you, Chairman, but I did want to make sure that comma goes in before it goes out to everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Devon. Councillor Gabriel.
Thanks, Chair. Or Chairman, sorry. Just really, really pleased we got the commitment to get food waste to the facilities and for the people of Poole. So that's going to be a really good example of levelling up. I think for me, just in the fulfilled life section, it mentions the access to leisure and learning policy. Access to leisure and learning does a huge amount of good in Poole. Now, as far as I understand it, it doesn't actually spread out at the moment into Christchurch and Bournemouth. So it'd be great. It's great to see we've got that commitment there. Does that commitment mean we're going to spread that policy so it actually covers the whole of the conurbation? Just an experience I've had. I know we've had world champions and Olympians that have actually progressed in their sport because of that scheme. So our commitment to extend that and to review it, to renew it, sorry, is really pleasing to see. So that we have that commitment to spread it throughout the whole conurbation.
Leader.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. That's entirely what we're doing and committing to. What we're actually going to look to do is to actually go further. That we're starting to one of the things we've asked for is more work in terms of a futures fund around sport more generally. In terms of world-class place, we really need to create. I mean, even just a small amount anecdotally in the budget. We're hosting the BMX. National Championships this summer, and there's £30,000 going to support that. We want to make a commitment to actually then, whether it's BMX, whether it's skateboarding, we're in conversations with Skateboard GB. How can we make sure that we've got the facilities? There's often a real gap in terms of geographically. So where there are so these sort of regional hubs. So we're trying. We will be bringing forward. A wider and deeper sort of investment strategy around sport more generally. I think a world-class city region with children at its heart needs to do that from a participation point. We want to be one of the healthiest places in the UK, but also from an elite sport point. We've a real opportunity in our area to sort of invest further in our children's ability to do that. So I'm very and thank you for your work in that industry as well, Councillor Gabriel. But that's absolutely something we're committed to as an administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. That's great. I better get the oil can out on my skateboard wheels, I think. Anybody else, members? Councillor Cox.
Thanks very much. And I welcome the proposal initiative to bring services closer to the people, and the example you used about Christchurch Library was a very good one, because there's been a lot of changes around Christchurch Library and the services that are being put through that facility, and which is a good idea, and I welcome that. However, I think one of the comments you said was that it's been well received. Well, unfortunately, it's not been well received for all the people I keep talking to about it. And there's quite a bit of friction between the existing library staff and the council staff that are already there. There's certainly a feeling that the existing library staff were being imposed, put on, various other expressions like that. Now, I fully appreciate that when change happens, people's noses get put out of joint. But certainly, this is not just existing library staff that have been telling me. This is actually residents that have come up to me as well and said it's not fair, it's not right, and expressions like that. Now, I've not commented at all, but I just, I don't particularly want you to go ahead thinking everything's rosy and sunny about this particular instance, and that we need to make sure that the groundwork gets done, and that they do act and work together in a fair and reasonable way.
Did you want to come back on that, Councillor Mellor?
Yeah, appreciate the feedback. I have had numerous positive feedback about how it's received, but that's helpful. I think the only thing to say in that is we're absolutely committed, and again this is something that we all were, that in terms of the library programme, but it's about delivering services in the heart of the communities, and and this comes back to Councillor Slade's point earlier on around technologically enabled. Yes, that's great, but we also want to be improving what is in the heart of our communities, and for those who want to access that way, this does that. If there are teething problems, any feedback, particularly from local ward councillors, be well received. But it's something I'm really committed to and confident in. It is the right way forward. So a digitally enabled council with good access to services right in the heart of our communities, that feels about right to me. So I look forward to hearing any further feedback, and if we can move it forward, we certainly will do.
Thank you, Leader. Anybody else? It would appear not. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that one, Councillor Mellor. I think we've come to the end of that agenda item. So we're going to move on to the forward plan now, agenda item 7. Now, the forward plan was circulated. I hope everybody's had a chance to look at it. There's one thing I do have to raise, and it was an issue that was handed back to us. There was a move made to ask the council to do certain things. I don't know if I can find it on my it was on page 353, was it? 351 of the agenda, issues requested for scrutiny. And this was a proposal was made to council on the 11th of January, and it was referred by council to the Overview Scrutiny Board for its consideration. Has everybody seen that? It's because it was attached to the forward plan. It's on your agenda. It's on your agenda pack now, but it was a very lengthy motion put to council, and it all related to the Glasgow Pact. Calling on parties to accept the development, deployment, dissemination of technologies, adoption of policies. This is towards low emission energy. It was all to do with climate change. There were a lot of paragraphs on there, but what I would say is that the move was made to council, for the council to consider. Now, I think that our role is actually to review, test and challenge council policy, and in this case, we don't have a policy to test and challenge because it's not been considered by the Cabinet or the Council. And I'm not sure that this is something that we should be reviewing, and I think that we could refer it back to the cabinet, because it's the cabinet that's being asked to take action, and we don't have the power to take action on behalf of the council. So I welcome anybody else's view on it, but that is mine. Councillor Allison.
I think as memory serves, this was the one that came to the last full council meeting, and it was the very last item on the agenda, and it was past midnight, and I think it was basically pushed to us to sort of push the end of that meeting, to close that meeting. I think if you send this to cabinet, it will just disappear into the ether and never be seen again. And really, it should be considered properly with due time at full council.
Okay, but before it actually gets on the council's agenda, would it not go through cabinet for their review and decide whether to start it with a paper or what, to come up with a report or something? Councillor Rigby.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This was the motion that I brought forward, and I think during, I was going to say, the debate, the very short debate that we had on it in council, this was brought up, and the fact that it was going to go to overview and scrutiny, and saying that it would need a paper of some description to go with it before we'd even be in a position to consider it. And I can't remember exactly what it was that Councillor Mike Green said at the time, but I think it was something along the lines of looking into the impact that signing the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty would actually have on the residents of BCP, something like that. That was the issue. So I think before we'd be able to actually do what was requested of us by council, some sort of paper or some sort of discussion would need to go around that, or at least we'd need further information on exactly what it was that was the intention of sending it to overview and scrutiny, rather than just say, have a look at that motion, if you see where I'm going with that.
Are you saying then that, are you agreeing with me that we should put it back to cabinet for them to decide what they would like to do with it? I mean, we can't keep batting it backwards and forwards like this, but I personally do not see that there is a role for overview scrutiny in looking at this motion to council. Could I would, Ms. Sides, would you mind if Susan, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Is there any advice you can give me on this? I mean, would it be legitimate for this board to pass this back to cabinet to consider this motion?
So, Chairman, overview and scrutiny can make recommendations back to cabinet or to full council. I think it would be useful to distill what the intentions were of council the last time, or the mover of the motion, to refer it to overview and scrutiny, so that there can be some focus on the attention of what further information cabinet or full council require, and that this committee could potentially then recommend to cabinet, for example, that it commissions an officer report into the impacts, for example, on the authority or the people of the area of signing that agreement. But of course, the decision needs to be made as to whether or not this is something that the council wishes to expend a large amount of its officer resources on, or whether it puts the matter back to the mover of the motion to bring more information to council to enable it to make a decision. I think those are the two main aspects that need to be considered.
Okay, thank you. Well, you know, given the that's the council.
Thank you, Chair. I think when Councillor Rigby brought the motion to council, I think the concern then, if I remember rightly, was that time was needed to look into exactly what the effects were going to be of the move. I don't think it was so much that people were against it. I just think people were looking for more information on what it actually contained and what the outcome of that would be. I think the ideal place for this to go to now would be the council's new climate officer, for him to look at it, do a report and send that report to us to deal with. That way we can deal with it as an ONS board, and then it can go back to council.
I'm still not convinced here, to be honest with you, Councillor Kelsey, that you know, looking at the far-reaching nature of the motion that was put to council, which on a, we're talking about international issues.
Chairman, I think where I'm trying to come from is council sent it to us to look at. We do not have the capacity as an ONS to look at that. So our recommendation should surely be that it goes to the appropriate panel or officer for them to make a report on it. And that appropriate officer would be the climate control officer, so that he can give us all the details that we need to focus on.
Well, one is I don't think we should be making decisions about putting a report up requested directly. I think this should come from the portfolio holder, frankly. I think it's been put to cabinet, and I think that if there is work to be done on it, then the portfolio holder should be initiating a report of some sort, and that then goes to the full council. It will come through overview and scrutiny in the normal way. But I don't think in this case it's something that we should be initiating. That's my view on it. Councillor Slade.
Thank you. I just have a little bit of a niggle that, councils all over the country receive motions. Members are able to put motions forward at any time, and I would be slightly nervous about setting a precedent that if somebody puts forward a motion that they say, well, I don't know that we can really understand the full nature of everything that it might be drawn from, that we end up then never agreeing anything as a council unless we've gone through a very convoluted process. I just think, it's come from full council when we could have heard it, because actually I think the ask of full council was that the portfolio holder wrote to government on our behalf, in the same way as I see councils all over the country writing to, call out the government or, whatever. We should be able to ask our portfolio holders to write a letter, which is effectively the task that was in there. There were lots of bits around the impacts, and those impacts clearly we should expect to see in our climate plan. But the ask was that we take some action and that we actually make a bit of a stand. And I just worry that we could end up going right from council to ONS, from ONS to ask an officer. We then get, should the officer be spending that much time? Then the officer to the portfolio holder, then it will come back to us. The next year we will, we'll be underwater by the time this goes through.
So what are you suggesting then, Councillor Slade?
Well, I just think, this should have gone to the portfolio holder direct. It shouldn't have been coming to ONS to make that decision. Our job is not to do that. It should always have gone to the portfolio holder.
Okay, I think I would agree with that, and I think we are in a position to make a recommendation that the issue be referred directly to the portfolio holder for his consideration for further action and reporting as required, and that would be my recommendation. Do I have a seconder for that? Alison, thank you. Okay, any further debate on that? Because we do have to give, and that's the other thing, we do have to give reasons for that. And I think the reasons are that what are the reasons?
Chairman, maybe I may make another suggestion. So if that is the wish of the committee, I think they could indicate that overview and scrutiny is not in a position to commission work from offices, and that portfolio holder might want to then consider whether or not such further work from offices is warranted, or whether the cabinet would be prepared to support the drafting of a letter as requested in the motion.
Councillor Rigby.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit lost with this, and it may be something I miss in like the constitution, the way things are done, but this seems as though it's skipping a step, taking this to a portfolio holder to ask him to action it without any debate and vote in council, which is the whole point of bringing a motion somewhere, is to have a debate, and that council makes a decision to put a task upon a portfolio holder. We seem to be skipping that and just saying, just give it to the portfolio holder, where it may just sit on another pile of paper, which could come from anywhere else. Like it seems like the natural steps the way a motion should go.
Okay, I mean, we can of course make this recommendation to the portfolio holder at the council, at the cabinet meeting. So there is then a degree of accountability for the response that we get, because it will have been presented there. Do you agree?
I understand what you're saying. I think the point is we should have had the opportunity to debate it, council, because there is no point taking something to a single party organisation who we already know is going to throw it out. Sorry to predetermine it, but we know that because they threw it out before. That we're not fully representative of the council. The point of bringing something to full council is that everybody gets the opportunity to have their say, and I think it was disingenuous to push it away from full council, because it's full council's decision, and if it falls at full council, we accept it falls at full council, but it's heard in the fullness of that space. I don't think it's fair to put it on us, because that's not what we're here to do. I don't think it's appropriate to give it to cabinet, because cabinet is a single party, and this council is not a single party. So with hindsight, I think we should refer it back to full council and ask for it to be fully debated at full council. And if the portfolio holder feels there's not enough information, the portfolio holder can, in the meantime, with having it in advance, he can do his research so he can present his opinion at full council. That would give him the opportunity to answer the questions. That feels like the only fair way to have it heard.
Yeah, actually, I do agree with that, and I'm going to withdraw my earlier recommendation, because I think we should, taking up the point, I think we should recommend it for reconsideration by full council, as originally, set out at the previous meeting. Councillor Howell?
It's basically what I was going to say, but I think it's important we can establish a precedent here, a recommendation, because if we have like these general things that get circulated to us in other councils, and they don't actually require us as a council to do anything, all it is saying, do you as a council agree this? It's nothing to do with the administration, because they don't have to do anything. It's nothing to do, we don't have to, cause council officers to do any work on it. All it is a matter for councillors in council to determine whether they agree with it or not, or whether they want to amend it. So it should start and finish in council, and
Okay, so it sounds like we're coming to a consensus here that we should refer it back to full council for reconsideration of motion previously submitted on that particular date. Okay, any more discussion on it, or shall we make it? Sure. I'll propose that. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Slade? Yeah, all those in favour?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in favour? 11, 12 in favour.
12 in favour. Any against? One.
That's one against.
Any abstentions? One abstention. Okay, does anybody have anything else on the forward plan? Councillor Devon.
Yes, I'm sorry to bring this so late, and I think I've probably misread the whole thing or done it upside down. On the forward plan, it's on page 325, and it says meeting date 16th of May 2022, scrutiny of cabinet items scheduled in February, which I'm sure something's wrong somewhere, because one of the items is close to my heart. It's it says potential transfer. I hope it isn't potential. The transfer of play sites and other BCP assets to Christchurch Town Council. Now, if that's coming in February and we're looking at it in May, that seems a bit the other way around. I don't know how that works.
Sorry?
Yeah, sorry, it should read that it's coming to cabinet in May. It's a typo on the forward plan. So it is May. It's not February.
Well, that makes it even worse, because why won't they hurry up and do it?
Right, okay. Okay, well, Councillor Allison.
Thank you. Just two things quickly from me. The first one is we started about 2.5 years ago with leisure review, and it was supposed to come back to us ASAP, and it's completely disappeared off all forward plans. So could we get some clarification on what's happening with that and when we should expect it to come back?
Where is that one, sorry?
No, it isn't on any of them. We started this work 3 years ago, and
okay, I mean,
gone.
At the moment, I know that there isn't a review being undertaken, and the reason for that is because the contracts for the existing providers has been extended, and I think, I can't remember how long, but certainly the big one, for example, is extant for quite some time, and a good number of years. Sorry, and I know that the one in Poole was also extended. Yes. Okay, thanks. And I think so. It is a thing that there was an intention to do the review, but they're not currently. It's not currently being staffed that I'm aware of. In fact, I actually had clarification from Chris Almers about that.
I was under the impression some of them ended in 23, so it's it's not. Yeah, Poole's one then in 23, so there's not it's not long. Okay, that's fine. Sure. And then the other one was, it was about 6 months ago now, we had a paper which was about trialling a company that were going to deal with all of our fly tipping. And since that point in time, if anything, the fly tipping in my ward, especially places with communal bins, has gotten a lot worse. And I've not heard anything about this company or any successes or it functioning or what's happened to it. So I wonder whether, it doesn't have to be immediate, I know it's only been 6 months, but at some point in the future, could we get some kind of review on that environmental crimes, fly tipping kind of thing? Because it's getting worse and worse in my ward.
Yeah, I think it is a trial, and therefore we can normally expect some kind of review of the trial, and it will be published at some point. I don't know where, but I can take an action, if you like, to find out what's happening with that, and I can report back, and if necessary, we can add it to the forward plan at that stage. That's okay. Councillor Howe.
Yeah, I mean, we keep every meeting hearing about future places and what a wonderful organisation it is, and but we haven't yet seen the CEO of that or any of the staff, and that we should, I think, have an annual review of the organisation as opposed to the projects. There are several projects they're working on coming through the system, but there's no annual review where they come here and we ask them questions as we do, for example, the bids and other important organisations.
Okay, I don't see anything wrong with that in principle. What I would say is that any business cases that come forward for approval will have to go through the normal approval process, and they will naturally come through the decision process, and we will get a chance to review any of the business cases for the things. But I think it's a good, I think what you're suggesting is a good idea, actually.
Yeah, I mean, is that true? I don't know. Is that true? Do we get an annual business plan for future places to review? Because if we did, that would be the time
I would imagine that they will do that in the same way that BH Live present, their annual business.
But can you ask the questions by
Certainly, and I wouldn't see any reason why we couldn't include that on the forward plan at all. In fact, I think we can decide to do that. We can decide now to put that on the forward plan if members are in favour of that. Shall I just seek a consensus of opinion on that? Who would be in favour of that? This is to put a review of the urban future places business plan on an annual basis. Yeah, I think we've got a general consensus for that. Okay. Anything else? Councillor Slade.
Yes, Steve, I'm just, sorry, Chair. The enforcement working group obviously is working its way through its work at the moment, and the local plan group presumably won't reconvene until after the plan, the consultation ends.
Yes.
Are we going to have time to fit in the tree working group after the enforcement working group, or are we going to have to wait until after the local plan comes back?
I don't know, is the answer. I do know that we're waiting for the enforcement group to take this next meeting. I don't know when we can anticipate the local plan working group reconvening, but I think it may not need to wait until the outcome of the consultation on the options paper, because there are the other issues about the integration of the transport plan within the local plan, and there were other associated documents that the working group were going to look at alongside that options paper. So I mean, unfortunately, the chair of the work group's not here this evening, but I think that there is a real possibility of having a further local plan working group before the outcome of the consultation.
So that means it's very unlikely the tree group will see light of day for a long time then.
Well, it depends what a long time is. I mean,
well, the new trees might have grown by the time.
April, May. I mean, the answers I don't know, and no, we're constrained to having one working group at any one time. We've actually got two running. We're trying to fit in others, but there's no reason why I can't look at it, Councillor Slade, and see if we can come up with a date. Yeah. Well, of course, that's the other thing, and I do know that a tree policy is being put together, and I think that was one of the issues that we had about when to actually, start looking at this, because we were there's a bit of a chicken and egg thing here, waiting for the tree policy to be formulated. But my understanding is that's going to be quite some time, so I think we need to forget about that at the time, probably, and just see if we can find a date for this working group to start. I'll take an action to look at that, Claire, if that's okay. Anything else, members? Ooh. Looks like we may be coming to the end. Okay, I think that's what I wanted to say on that. All right, future meeting dates noted. End of meeting. Thank you, and thank you for your perseverance today, and thank you for a really good debate on the budget. It was one of the best debates I've heard for a long time. Thank you.